Morning, my lady.
Morning, my lady.
Good morning, my lady. Morning, sorry.
Can we first check the situation of Mr. Shabangu?
May it please the court, my lady. I've been in contact with Mr. Shabangu. His condition has not improved, unfortunately. He had to attend at his medical practitioner's yesterday after he left and the proceedings had been adjourned. And I've been informed that he's been prescribed further medication and also rest. Like, there was a consideration to have him admitted to hospital, but that has been at the end. The decision was he should return home, or he could return home, but he needs rest urgently, my lady. So I would venture to suggest, my lady, that rather than adjourn or postpone the matter to the next day, it would be maybe serve a better purpose if the matter can be adjourned and postponed to Monday, the 13th of February of this year. I trust and we hope that by that time, that would grant Mr. Shabangu sufficient time to rest and to recover and recuperate in order for him to be able to proceed when the matter proceeds on Monday the 13th of February of this year, 2023. My lady, I think it would, I would venture to submit it may have the further advantage to my learned friends. Many, as happened to me myself, we have other commitments and which have been either set aside or cancelled due to the fact that there is no surety whether we'll be able to continue the next day or not. And that would enable the colleagues who are involved in matters as such to then be able to maybe meet those commitments in the time that we have at this stage, my lady, before we proceed with the matter, say on Monday, the 13th of February of this year, my lady. May it please the court, my lady, I would then request, rather for the sake of, to a certain extent, surety and to be able to proceed in a practical and realistic manner with this matter, that it be postponed, adjourned and postponed to Monday, 13 February 2023. May it please
Can I ask? Lady? Okay, thank you. Dr. Manamela, if you can just switch off your camera for now. Can I hear anyone so that I can close the matter? Mr. Profi, is there any other person? Mr. Pinar, if you can just step off the camera, please. Mr. Profi?
My lady, my request is very simple. Is it a problem if I do my cross-examination? Because our clients never, ever intersect.
Okay, can I hear the others? I've noted Ms. Hassim. Is there any other hand? Mr. van Bergen? All right, Ms. Hassim can go first, and then Mr. van Bergen.
Good morning, my lady. Thank you. I'm first want to express my sympathies to Mr. Shabangu. It must be difficult for him to cope with this, and I'm sorry for him. Regarding the request for a postponement till next week, our difficulty is that we have set aside this time, and we've turned away other things so that we could be available to the court every day this week. And we would like to find a way in which we could continue, but in a way that helps Mr. Shabangu. And maybe it means once people have led their evidence, finished their cross-examination, we allow Mr. Shabangu time to review the hearing on YouTube or whatever recording is available, so that he can then prepare anything that's required for his cross-examination, and also for his attorney to remain present so that his attorney can instruct him on issues that have come up that might be relevant to his cross-examination. Because of course,
as you say that, remember yesterday Mr. Pinar addressed that issue, saying that the attorney apparently was involved in an accident. He can't be in a position to sit in the proceedings.
All right, that's right, my lady. I'd forgotten about that.
Okay,
I wonder if there's anybody else.
You may proceed. I mean, yes.
Somebody, if there's some arrangement that could be made from the attorney's firm, because it is so that there will be some cross-examination, like Mr. Profi has just said, that would not affect Mr. Shabangu. And I would request that we use the time that we can while Mr. Shabangu recuperates.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, madam.
Mr. Van Bergen.
Thank you, my lady. My lady, obviously the decision is in your ladyship's discretion. Just as regards Mr. Profi's submission that his cross-examination does not touch on Mr. Shabangu's client, I don't know whether one can categorically say that, because there may be evidence that is elicited that is valuable to Mr. Shabangu, or that may impact on his approach. So I don't think it's as simple as saying it is isolated entirely. Although, like Ms. Hassem, I support that. It is important that we make use of the time available. The question just is, my lady, is it fair towards Mr. Shabangu? Is it in the interests of his client, whom he represents, that we proceed? And then from a more selfish point of view, my lady, to address this issue on a day-to-day basis does create a difficulty, in the sense that we as representatives don't know what our availability on that day is going to be or not. And in that respect, I submit Mr. Pinar's suggestion does make sense. If the matter is postponed until Monday, I can let my client know that I am not going to debit fees for tomorrow and Friday, and I can inform other attorneys who have indicated that they wish to consult and so forth. I can say to them that I am available. So just from a practical point of view, my lady, it would ease matters, I'm sure, not only for myself, but also for colleagues. But there are the two sides to weigh up, and ultimately that lies in your lady's discretion.
Okay, thank you very much. Before I close the issue, okay, I see there is Mr. Martin. Any other hands? Where are our evidence leaders? And I hear Mr. Sibara, it is his client who is in the stand, on the stand. He's not saying anything. Mr. Sibara and Mr. Makani.
I am here.
Okay.
I'm
that's
here,
fine.
my lady.
Okay, I was just asking because I see a few hands. Can I first hear Mr. Martin? Would you like to say something after that?
No, I'd like to say I support Ms. Hasim and Mr. Profi, my lady.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, my lady. My lady, I understand what Ms. Hasim is submitting. It makes sense. My concern is the following. If we postpone today until Monday, something needs to happen after all of these cross-examinations are finished, and that's going to be a re-examination. And right now, I have no idea what's coming. The cross-examination has been so lengthy, and the examination in chief was so lengthy, that I'm worried that if we only continue with cross-examination on Monday, that by the time that's finished, we're going to roll over into Mr. Hodes's time. The next set of available set downs, and problems will be created all over again. At the same time, dealing with it on a daily basis is a real problem because it just throws everything into chaos. My submission would be that what would probably be best then under those circumstances is that we do continue with our cross-examinations, and that Mr. Shivambu has an opportunity to consider whether or not there's anything he needs to cross-examine on in consequence of that. And even if he then doesn't come back on Monday, maybe if he then comes back on a Tuesday. So he has Monday to do all of his...
we don't even know when he will come back.
We don't know.
That is the problem. So we can't be postponing. I'm just thinking that we can't be postponing, because even if yesterday he was here, but we felt that he wasn't well, but we didn't anticipate that today we're not going to proceed.
If
now here, yes.
Monday, and we're back on Monday and he's still not ready, we're going to kick ourselves.
And I'm very scared about the fact that we might be rolling over into Mr. Hode's days. That's yeah. All right. Let me hear. I've heard the evidence leader, Mr. Sibara. Do you want to say something?
Morning, it's Mr. Makani. My camera is struggling to come on, but I'll work on it. My lady, we are of the opinion that we may continue with the cross-examination by Advocate Profi. However, we don't know as to what will be the position if Mr. Shabangu is not well by Monday. Are we going to start re-examination before his
no, that is something else. We can look at that at the time.
Yes. So
Yes.
Our instructions is that our client wants to proceed with the matter. So hence we've not interjected even yesterday.
Okay. Thank you. Mr. Pina?
May it please the court, my lady. I've listened to my learned colleagues, but the fact remains at the end of the day, my lady, it is within your ladyship's discretion, and your ladyship is called upon to exercise that discretion judicially, taking into consideration the interests of justice and, of course, the interests of Mr. Shabangu's client as such, my lady. He's been placed in this unfortunate position not due to his conduct, but circumstances beyond his control, my lady. And I would venture to present it to your ladyship that as Mr. van Bergen, I believe, correctly stated, my lady, we cannot at this stage presuppose what the nature of Mr. Shabangu's cross-examination is going to be, what the nature of the evidence is that's going to be elicited in cross-examination by Mr. Profi, and whether it's going to impact on Mr. Shabangu's client or not, and in what sense. And so I would submit it would be prudent not to simply proceed on the presumption there won't be any evidence adverse to his client, whom he is called upon to represent to the best of his abilities. Although we have no guarantee for Monday, my lady, at least it's still within the directive issued by your ladyship. That's the week. We have the week. And should any other process be followed, it could result once again in cross-examination being conducted on a piecemeal manner of Dr. Manamela, having to be recalled, and maybe even at a much later stage, etc., which I think would be, in effect, be unfair towards Dr. Manamela. I can believe she was eager to get her stint in the witness stand, to put it in that manner, finalized and over and done with, my lady. But I would submit, and I would request and submit that your ladyship would be entitled, and it would be more practical and realistic to, if the matter is adjourned and postponed to Monday the 13th of February, at least, my lady, there will have passed 4 days in the meantime for Mr. Shabangu to recuperate. And we will be in a much better position, I believe, on Monday to determine what the future conduct in this matter should be and how it should be dealt with, my lady. If I'm not mistaken, my lady, and it was indicated by your ladyship that should Dr. Malamela not finish by next Friday, the 17th of February of this year, she will be called upon and she will have to attend after our learned friend, Mr. Odeza's client, Ms. Kadani Matlangu, has testified and her evidence has been finalized, my lady. So I can't
remember that, but well,
I may be, but that's, I'm not saying it, stating it as a fact. That's just a recollection I have, my lady. But I'm not.
I don't remember that. Okay, thank you.
But nonetheless, my lady, I think it would be prudent at this stage, rather than rolling it from day to day to day to day, my lady.
That's not what we intend to do now. Okay, thank you so much. I've noted Ms. Hasim and Mr. Pitlela.
Leave it in the hands of your ladyship.
Before I allow Ms. Hasim, can I just find out, after Mr. Profi, then it will be, I think Mr. Pitlela has already done his cross-examination, am I correct? So Mr. Profi should be the last before it will go to Mr. Shabangu and then sort of re-examination by, am I correct, Mr. Profi? You are not the last.
Sorry, lady. After me, it's my senior, Mr. Pinar, and then re-examination.
Oh, then Mr. Pinar is still going to come. All right, that's fine. Can I hear Ms. Hasim?
My lady, I'd let Mr. Pitlela go first because he hasn't spoken.
That's fine. Mr. Pitlela?
Thank you, my lady. I would suggest maybe a medium ground. I mean, if we can proceed with Mr. Profi's cross-examination, I don't think it's going to be that extensive of a record that Mr. Shabangu cannot get through. Then we will then know that over the weekend, if he doesn't recover, at least he would have had the evidence that would have been tendered at that stage. Yeah, then we proceed because time is not really on our side. I mean,
because we still have Mr. Profi and Mr. Pinar.
Yes, but I don't think the cross-examination is going to be that extensive, so much study to place.
Because a lot has been covered by you and others.
That's correct, my lady. So I would suggest that we proceed, yes.
All right. Ms. Hasim?
My lady, I just wanted to clarify if I was misunderstood, that I wouldn't want us to prejudice Mr. Shabangu, his client. The difference with this proceedings is that it is recorded.
Correct.
And so it can be reviewed, after hours or when at the convenience of Mr. Shabangu. So I don't think that the prejudice is, I think that should be taken into account when weighing the interests of justice, as one must take into account the time and the number of postponements there have been in this matter and the need to really wrap it up.
Okay,
thank you, my lady.
Mr. Pinar, I see you still want to say something.
Sorry, my lady, I just wanted to correct the sequence. It's Mr. Profi and then Mr. Shabangu and then only.
No, it's fine. I just wanted to check who was left.
May it please the court, my lady. My lady, I would just once more venture to point out Mr. Shabangu we're working on the premise, or my learned colleagues, that Mr. Shabongo will be able to follow the proceedings in the condition he's in, satisfactory. But I'm submitting, my lady, due to the fact that he has to rest. And
yes,
that's
we understand that.
And he won't, he can't, and following proceedings means severe concentration.
Yes.
All due respect, keeping in mind his client's case who he has to represent and who would expect the best from him as far as possible, my lady. And although we've had numerous postponements in the past, but this is a situation that's been brought about beyond our control, my lady. And in that sense, it does differ from many of the other postponements that have come about, my lady. And I think that's an important factor that should be considered and taken into consideration to ensure that justice is done not only to all participants in this inquest, my lady, but also to Mr. Shabongo and his client, who's now at a disadvantage due to her counsel's unfortunate situation that has developed, which nobody foresaw, my lady. So I would submit once more, I would submit that it would be proper in the interest of justice if this matter is postponed. The other option, my lady, is maybe to postpone to Friday and then determine what Mr. Shabongo's condition is. That is, of course, a possibility. But I just wanted, or I made the submissions to your ladyship to prevent a situation of us going from day to day to day to day. But although Friday is 2 days hence, my lady, and Monday, at least there's Saturday and Sunday in between to the advantage of Mr. Shabongo. Okay. And I believe which would alleviate his situation for himself as a representative representing a client in this matter, my lady. And
thank you very much.
Less stress upon him. May it please the court, my lady.
Thank you. Without regurgitating your submissions, I take into account that Mr. Shabongo is not well at this stage, and that on Friday, when the news broke that he was not well, starting from Friday, he undertook to watch the proceedings on YouTube. And as it has been the trend, as requested by the court, that where counsel is not available, whether due to whatever circumstances, to sit in the proceedings, an attorney or a junior counsel or whoever is with him in the proceedings must sit in the proceedings so that this shouldn't affect anyone who is sitting in these proceedings and for the smooth running of the proceedings. I understand that as of now, as submitted by Mr. Pinar yesterday, that apparently even his instructing, Mr. Shabongo's instructing attorney is also indisposed. He will also not sit in the proceedings. But then I'm of the view that we cannot postpone the matter any further. The fact of the matter is that the time that we have, it has been allocated to the cross-examination of Ms. Dr. Manamela. I think it's proper and fair that we allow Mr. Profi to cross-examine now and finish his cross-examination, and we shall determine what should be done at the time Mr. Shabangu has to proceed with the cross-examination. Once Mr. Profi is done with his cross-examination, it will give Mr. Shabangu the opportunity to go through the records of the proceedings, so that maybe on Monday, if he is able to do so, he can then proceed to cross-examine the witness. So under the circumstances, it is my view that it is in the interest and justice for everyone and always fair that the proceedings should proceed so that we can finish the cross-examination of Mr. Profi. Thank you very much.
May it please the court, my lady.
As the court pleases.
May it please your ladyship.
As the court pleases.
As court pleases.
Mr. Makani, can we call the witness back? Do we have an interpreter, Elizabeth, today?
Yes, Judge, we do.
Who's that?
Mema Lopez, Judge.
Oh, it's the same. Mema Lupe, I don't see you. Can you please show yourself? If you can just show up. Thank you. Good morning. Good morning, Mema Lupe.
Morning, Judge.
The witness is reminded that she's still under oath. The witness is reminded that she's still under oath.
I understand.
Mr. Profi?
May I just ask Nelisiwe to just turn the camera again on the interpreter, unless it's only on my end that I only see the wall and not the interpreter.
Nelisiwe, please assist.
Thank you, Nelisiwe. Good morning, Dr. Manamela. How are you this morning?
Good morning, Advocate. I'm okay.
Doctor, the good news is that when you see me, you know that the end is in sight. So I just want to remind you that I have already pointed out my points to the court, but for your reference, I appear on behalf of the representatives on behalf of Takalani, Mosego, and Obushle Binkosi.
Takalani and who?
Mosego, home, and Obushle Binkosi.
Takalani, Obushle?
Mosego, home.
Mosego?
Yes.
Are the ones that you are representing?
Correct.
O re we emetse ba bararo ba fetšang go bolela ka bona mama namela ke re Takalani Obuhle le Mosego.
Obuhle Benkosi.
Buhle Benkosi. Buhle Benkosi. Okay. I understand.
Now, Doctor, the majority of my evidence, or my questions rather, have been canvassed by those who went before me. So when I ask you questions, it relates specifically to those three only.
Diputso tsa gage di tlo lebana le ba bararo ba šetšeng a boletse ka bona ka re bontši ba diputso tsa gage šetše di coverile ke ba bangwe ba ile gore šetše ba botšišitše dipotšišo. I understand.
And feel free that if I ask you a question and you've already answered it, to not repeat that evidence, but merely to state that you've already given that evidence and it's the same.
Ebile o lokologe ge o botšišwa nteng gore šetše o e boletše šetše o e arabile o bolele ba re o ska ba le gona gore wena o ka ba le gona gore o e bušeletše gape karabo eo.
ke a kwešiša.
Nelly, before we proceed, can the interpreter face the court? I don't think she's the position that she has taken. It's proper. She seems to be sitting on the side. She has to face the court like any one of us, every one of us.
Thank you, Judge. Noted. Can you just...
Yes, that's much better. Mr. Profi, for sure now you can see the interpreter.
I'm indebted to the court. Thank you, my lady.
Okay. Continue.
Doctor, I'm going to begin easy, just for confirmation, in respect of your evidence in chief. The overall management and supervision of all mental health services and programs in the province was your function, correct?
Inele function ya lena ke eng na overall management ya molago batho ba le ba ba sa itekanela ka kgopolong.
Correct, ke nnete.
That is correct. That's true.
And it was the only program you were focused on at the time.
Ebile ke program e leng gore lena le be le lebelane le yona ka nako na eo.
O bjalo.
That is correct.
May I then ask, just for the witness convenience, I'm going to refer to page 5758, paragraph 8 there too.
Are le molago page 578 ya paragraph 8.
5758.
Correct, my lady.
5758, Mama Lamen.
Ms. Foster had referred you to this paragraph previously.
Which paragraph?
8, my lady.
Yes.
Dr. Manamela, have you read the paragraph?
Le ba dile mama paragraph eo.
Ke humane page, can I get the paragraph number?
I found the page. Can I have the paragraph number?
8.
Paragraph 8.
Beginning with, I must, however, point out.
Mola itoma ka mafoko I must ever point out.
Ke humane.
I found it.
Read it. That is the request by Mr. Prof. Is that just read the paragraph quickly for us?
Pare vale mama paragraph eo.
Ke badile.
I've read it.
Now, Doctor, if you consider that you've heard the majority of the evidence in this inquest, would you agree with me that the process was chaotic due to poor planning?
No.
Okay, Doctor. Now, you testified that you heard of the termination of the Life Esidimeni contract over the media, correct?
Wena o boletse gore o ile ba le gona gore o phumule contract e la ba la Life Esidimeni mo go media ka belo re go jwana. That is correct, yes.
Did that hamper your ability to plan properly for the consequence of such termination?
E ka ba le gore go direng ka tsela ye o ile ba le gona gore e hampara le seemo sa gago sa go dira ka tsela eo.
Interpreter? Can you repeat the question, please, Mr. Profi?
So, did that hamper your ability to plan properly for the consequence of such termination?
E ka ba le gore ka tsela eo mme ile ba le gona gore e be le gona go tshikinyo ya ditlamorago tse leng re la di dira.
Ke rile awa a ke se gore nka itlaletša nna.
I said no, and I don't know if maybe I can elaborate on that.
Please do, Doctor.
Ma'am.
Mo governmenting ka nako ke sa bereka
The government was Mama Namela. Ke gopela re o ska araba ka lebaka le letelela ke re gore ke gone go fitisha molaetsa wa lena o gopola na mo molato wa lona o a se a ke tsebe di tsa molato a ke re.
Thank you. Do that because sometimes he just talks indefinitely. Thank you. Proceed.
Umpe ka ba ripana gore ke gone o latela se le se bolelang a ke re.
Ke a leboga.
And she must also avoid a dialogue. When someone is talking like yourself, she has to keep quiet and let you finish. And then she'll proceed.
Ke gopela gore ge o kwa ke araba ke go tsena gare o le namile le go mola ke re ka re e tla be le gore mo ene re gopolo ya ka e ntumeletse gore ke sware gona se le se boletseng a ke re.
Ke a leboga.
Potso mama. Le ka mpa karabo.
Ke be ke re mo governmenteng ge o rana program goba le ge ka ba sepetlele.
You see, in the government, when you run a program, even if it can be a hospital,
a o apare di-work club wa ba ka mo programming fela goba ko sepetlele fela.
You don't put the work club. I don't know what is the work club in Afrikaans. In English, you don't put the face shield to be in the hospital only.
O ba watchful gore anything ye bolelwang ka program ya gago.
You became watchful to an extent that any program that is being said about anything that is being said about your program,
udu ka di leadership tša gago,
especially with your leadership skills,
re topa ona mo ra thoma o plan.
That is where we'll pick it up and then we start doing the planning. That is how it was. Even with this one, the first time I hear about it.
What do you mean by that? What did you do immediately after hearing about it? What did you do?
Lerala go reng mama namela ke eng se eng gore le ile la se dira ka moraga gore le fetša go kwa ka sona seo.
Ke ile ka founela HOD ka o tseba gore SLA e bolelang 6 months.
I called the HOD after I realized that or SN what?
SLA ya rena le life Esidimeni.
Bušeletša karaba gago mama o re bile founela HOD?
Ke ile ka founela HOD ka advisor gore na kontraka e reng.
I called the HOD to advise them on what is being said on the contract. Yeah. If we want to do a termination.
Or also 6 months a notice.
And further that you must be given 6 months notice. And that is what the HOD did.
Okay, continue, Mr. Profi.
Doctor, you testified that the department took the termination as an opportunity to upskill community services. Is that correct?
Wana or department la be a dia termination e go dira upskill community services. Ka lo re go jwale?
Go jwale.
That is correct.
Was there a budget specifically allocated for such upskilling?
Go be go na le budget e leng gore be beile for lebaka leo.
Le ge nka se bo re be le bokae mara ngwaga ka ngwaga go bo ba le budget.
Even though I won't be able to know or I won't be able to tell how much was it, but each and every year there was a budget for
the NGO, either tša or tše diswa.
For the NGOs, the new ones or the old ones.
Okay. Doctor, my next question is a point of clarity that I need from you. During this program, was 2 things true at the same time?
2 things.
2 things.
2 things of what?
2 things were true at the same time.
Clarity
So Originally, there was the plan for the bed reduction of 200 per year.
Ore go be go na le deduction ya mepete ka bang 200 per year.
Correct.
Ya mepete ka bang 200 ka ngwaga.
Then the unexpected termination of the Life Esidimeni contract.
Ore e be ile ya ile gore ke ya ge go tlo phumula contract ya Life Esidimeni le gore be se a lebellela.
The expectation was then that the reduction of 200 beds would equally accommodate the termination process.
Ye ile gore ge go be go lebeletse gore ge go phumula contract ela mengwaga e berekeng mepete ela 200. What are you saying about the 200 beds? With the expectation of 200 beds?
Would equally accommodate the termination process.
E be tlo lekana le go phumuleng gela ga contract ela.
Is that correct?
E ka bala re go jwalo.
Ha ke re asi tse ka moka asuri ke nnete ke gore.
Let me say all this is not the truth. The truth is that
200 bed ge o itla termination ile ya
the 200 beds when the terminations come or ile felela kae
ya wela kwa ke tse re nka e bea jang ka sopedi mara ya se saba consideration.
It was no longer considered when the termination comes. The 200 beds, yeah.
Kore termination e cancel process ka moka ya 200 bed reduction.
The termination had cancelled the 200 bed of the termination. 200 or termination it can 200 beds it cancelling.
What do you mean? Are you saying when the issue of termination kicked in, then the planning for the reduction of beds was no longer proceeded with?
Ke ka mgo le bya ka gona mama namela re kana kwe ntenye ya termination e tsena ke ge ile gore bale yela ya termination ela ya ena mile ya cancel ke ka mgo le hlalosa ka gona ka mgo ma studio e bya ka gona mama.
Ho byalo.
That is correct. Hey, my Lord, you'll forgive me, my lady, you'll forgive me because I'm not used with this language that is being spoken here. Please, you just have to bear with me.
That is why I revolted. But unfortunately, there's nothing that I can do. I can't always, every new interpreter comes, we must familiarize the person with all the terminology that is, yes, but at least you are trying. That's fine. Continue.
Okay, thank you.
I will assist when necessary. All right.
Okay, thanks, my lady.
May I continue, my lady?
Yes, you may.
Thank you, Doctor. But the same logistics was used for the 200 beds, right?
Go ile ga be shuma ka ena tsela na ye gore go be go shumela go logistic ya mepete 200 yona ye ka bele re go jwalo mama.
Ibile go no eda ibe si is it the same ino ba go eda.
It was not the same, it was just only for aiding.
Aiding what to what, Dr. Manamela?
Le eda yeng go yeng ma.
Gore re eda a ke be jwale my lady.
Let me put it this way, my lady. Jola pel mama.
A reduction at 200 beds.
With a reduction of 200 beds.
Ibele taba ya gore Life Esidimeni. It
was an issue of Life Esidimeni to reduce. Jola pel
yona ka 200.
That Life Esidimeni will reduce its beds with 200.
And rena department re thushane le life gore ba tla ya kae ge ba ba discharge ba ba leng for discharge.
And we as the department will have to assist with Life Esidimeni. Where will they go when they've been discharged?
So ka termination the same ya gore balwetsi ba ya kae e be sale the same.
So with this one of the termination, it was still the same. That where will the patient be taken to?
And ile ka number e ntši.
And it was with a big number.
ke ka moo process ya gona ile ya ba gore dipetlele di renovatiwe ka 200 re be re lebeletse gore ba ya gae le di-NGO fela.
That is and it was now we were now looking at the hospital that will be getting renovated, and we're hoping that the patient will be going home with that number.
Batlo isaida ba batlo ya gae ba ba ya di-NGO.
Okay. Is either the patient were to go home or to the NGOs?
Le gona ile bao fela ba ka qualifyang di-home le di-NGO.
And only those that will be qualifying to go home and those that will be also be qualifying to go to the NGOs.
Not to the hospital.
Not to the hospital.
No, I still not follow, but proceed, proceed, Mr. Profi.
But I don't think my question was answered in respect of whether the same logistics was used.
Yes, if I may, even then, she said they just added, but now she's giving all these details. I just don't understand. Maybe you can just rephrase your question and then we hear what she says.
Doctor, in light of you saying that the department added.
Yes, proceed, bro.
What
the department, not the hospital.
Oh,
the Department of Health.
So, department.
What did the department add to the plan?
Jwale department yana ile ya oketsa ka eng mo go plan eo?
Okay. Department ile ya oketsa ka go make sure gore
the department had added by making sure that
over the mental health hospitals,
that the mental health hospitals
they are renovated.
They are renovated.
Gore ba ke ba moele balwetsi bao ba ka seeng gae goba bao ba ka seeng di-NGO.
So that they should receive the patients that will not be going to the NGOs. Baka se ba the NGOs le ka le dipetleleng.
Le go hae.
Okay, so that they should receive the patients that will not be they should receive the patients that won't be going to the NGOs and also going home.
Okay. Proceed, Mr. Profi.
So, could you manage to renovate the hospitals in time for the decanting?
Yes, we did manage.
Thank you, Doctor. You testified that at the Waverley meeting chaired by the MEC, the MEC explained that there was nothing the department could do, there was no money.
MEC will have lela gore ga gona le se ba be ka go ba se dira go be go sna le tšhelete.
You recall that evidence?
Wa gopola le bolela ka tsela eo?
Nka itlhalosa gape.
Yes, can I elaborate on that?
Let me just ask the question. So, there was a lack of financial resources from the beginning of the termination.
Lack of money before the termination.
Yes.
Yes, I heard the question, but if I answer it, I will say it will mentioning two things. It refers to two things.
Department ga isa na tšhelete lekaneng ya o maintain life.
The MEC was explaining that there was no money to continue with life Esidimeni.
He was not,
the MEC was not mentioning that or was not saying that there was no money of taking the patient to the NGOs. Le feditse ma'am?
Ke feditse.
Yeah, that is all.
With the NGOs not being paid for the first few months, does that not speak to there also being no money for the NGOs? The new
NGO di seng ke di patele kgweding ya mathomo e ka pele re seo ka go sona a se le gona gore tšhelete
For the few months.
For the few months. Oh, for di NGO di seng ke di patele dikgweding tša mathomo tše di few tša mathomo e ka be re seo ga se re gona gore tšhelete e be e se gona go patla di NGO tšeo.
Hey, yeo nka se kgone go e araba ka gore e tla tseba ke finance gore ka nnete be se gona. But ya se
I won't be able to respond on that or answer it. Only the finance section will be able to can answer that. But it is not what. But that is not what was said to us. Or that is not what we were told.
What were you told?
Or the NGO tšeo di ka tshwarang balwetši.
Is that the NGOs, the capacity of the NGOs that can be able to receive the patients? Yeah.
Le dipetlele tše di tlo receivang balwetši bao.
And the hospitals that will receive those patients?
Ba tlo kgona o lefelwa.
They'll be able to be paid.
Mo ka gore o ile go a lebelelwa le gore.
Because they looked at ma'am.
Ore ge go life Esidimeni e tswaletšwe go na le tšhelete ye e tlo transferiwang from.
That if life Esidimeni will be shut down, there will be money that will be transferred from.
That vote ya ishwa ko di NGO gore dipetlele tše di tšereng balwetši.
To the hospitals that have received the patients, according to the number of the hospitals that have received the patients.
Le di NGO.
And also the NGOs.
Ke ile ra e botswa mara re be re sa bereke ka finance.
That is what we were told, but we were not working with the finance.
Did the deputy director of finance tell you this?
E ka ba le gore deputy director wa tša ditšhelete o ile le botša se?
Nka se re ke e be e bolelwa le ko di-meeting nka se re ke mokete mara e bolwetši jwale gore.
I won't say it was said by a specific person, but that is what it was said at the meeting.
But you don't know who said it.
Pardon me?
But she doesn't know who said it.
Nka se re ke mokete mara ke department ya finance gore tšhelete ewe e tlo ya reorganize-wa rescheduled.
I won't say it was a specific person, but it was just only said that that money will be rescheduled. It will be organized to be rescheduled.
Okay. Doctor, I want to move specifically to the finances of Esidimeni Inquest. You testified that the Deputy Director of Finance advised the NGOs on what the department requires in respect of the NGO's finances. Recall that.
Deputy DPF will have the NGOs requiring for the chelete. Yes, I remember.
So, Ms. Mbasa says that she was never invited to such meetings.
Mr. or Mrs. who?
Ms. Mbasha of Esidimeni Inquest.
Oh, Mr. and Mrs. Mbasha.
Correct.
Okay. Yeah.
Was
never invited
to such meetings.
Nor
advised on the required finances that the NGO should have. Can you dispute that?
seo nka se tsebe ka gore ba be ba sa meeting ya ditšhelete be e sa bitswe ke nna ene.
I won't know that because I'm not the one that was calling the meeting for the finances.
Ye tee ke tsebang ke gore the first meeting.
The only one thing that I know is that the first meeting, ma'am.
1 November.
The first
November
meeting that
2015.
was in November 2015.
Nna ke ile ka fa finance portion.
I gave a portion to the finance
gore ba bolele ka ditšhelete.
to discuss the issue of finance.
Mara ha ke tsebe ge ba butle ba Nkosi be bole represented.
And I don't know whether Buhle Benkosi was represented.
She wasn't.
Ore ube ase on.
So she was not advised about the department's dry season.
Ga se nke a botšwe yena ka leano leo la department leo.
Seo nka se kgone go se tseba mara ke bone mo a beng ba boledišana le region le district, not my office.
Yes, I won't know about that, but I just only saw where they were communicating with the region.
Okay, Doctor, my difficulty with
who was communicating with the region?
You remember the region, ma'am?
Butle Bonkosi be ba boledišana le district ba ngwana mangwalo a mantši.
Butle Benkosi were writing lot of letters to the or le region again.
Region or district, keep the same.
Okay, they were communicating with the district and they were writing lot of letters. I saw a lot of letters where they were communicating.
Motlhala ge o ka lebelela
For an example,
bona ba butle e be sa le o motlheko ba ile ba
e be sa leng
umhleko, yes,
whilst they were still called umhleko,
ba ile ba confirma gore ba tlo ba le ready.
They did confirm that they'll be ready
go tšea balwetši ba ba monagano,
to take the mental ill patients.
Yeo ba ngwadile le ka checker advocate ko 37335.
You can check it on 37 or get 37
335.
37335.
Go case line.
You can check it on case line 37335. They wrote it.
Leona ke bone e be sa ngwalelwa go nna mara ke bone.
I also saw it, even though it was not directed to me, but I saw it.
Dr. Page 37335.
Or page 37335. Yes.
It relates to hospitals.
Ke le ge ke bala ka butle ke bone 37 ka checker gape maybe ka morao mara ke bone ka ba ka ingwala gore ba confirmile 37335 unless maybe ke loketse 3 ka phoso nka confirma maybe ka morao if you
maybe I can be able to confirm it at a later stage, but I saw it that they did confirm. Even maybe I might have added another trip by mistake, but I can be able to confirm it at a later stage.
But Doctor, just for us to move forward, I'm not disputing whether Ubushle was ready or not. My question related to Ms. Mbasha saying that she was never advised in respect of being financially sustainable for the first few months. She was never told that.
Mohumagading Mbasha gore yana ga se ka be le gona gore a tsebishiwe gore o tlo ba le gona gore a humane tseka mo dikgweding tša mathomo goba dikgweding tše mmalwa.
Ewe nka se kgone go ganana le yona go ba ka dumelelana ke tsebe.
I won't agree or deny to that because I don't know.
So my follow-up to that is my difficulty with the evidence you presented in respect of finances.
Jwale ge wa bona bothata ba ka ge bo molao mabapi le seo wena o se boletseng mabapi le hlakola tša ditšhelete.
Is ample evidence was presented to this court in respect of start-up funds for the NGOs.
Wa bona ge go ile ga ba le bohlatsi bo bontši bo e leng gore go ile wa bolela mabapi le di-stand-up funds tse e leng gore ile ga bolela ka tšona.
So why was there this attempt to get NGOs start-up funds?
Jwale go baneng maitekelo a go humana ga di-NGOs di-start-up funds?
If in the same breath they were allegedly told to be self-sufficient for the first few months.
Ge ile gore ba ile ba botsa gore ba be self-sufficient dikgweding tša mathomo.
I
didn't follow correctly. What was the question? Can you please rephrase it?
So there was lots of evidence before the court in respect of an attempt to get startup funds for the NGOs. Then you also testified that finance told the NGOs they must be self-sufficient for the first few months. So why the attempt for the startup funds if they were supposed to be self-sufficient?
Mo nka e tlhalosang ke gore taba ya startup fund go ya ka finance e be se ka molaong wa ditšhelete.
What I will say is that this startup funds issue thing, it was not in the process of the money. Or
E be sa wele ka molawaneng wa go laola ditšhelete ka nako eo.
At that stage, it was not within the control of the finance at that time. Within the control of the finance at that time.
And then ba rile ge ba mpotsa ba re bona se ba ka se kgonang ke gore ba ka.
And what they told me is that what they can afford is that
ba ka increase tšhelete ya go patela di NGO.
They can increase the money to pay the NGOs
from 5% to 7.5%.
From 5% to 7.5 or 7.5, ma'am? To 7.5%.
Who is that? You are talking they. Who is that?
The finance, that is the finance, my lady.
Okay.
Gape ka ge ke boletse gore ditšhelete di be di laola ke finance.
And as I have indicated that the finance is the one that were controlling money.
Bona ba finance le ko meeting wa project.
They, the finance team, even at the project meeting,
be ba botsa gore ba lebelele ditšhelete tša di NGO.
They were even told to look after the money of the NGOs. That part was not directed to me.
Advocate check go page 37201.
Advocate can check that on page 3702 or
37201.
201. At page 37201, the advocate can check that on that page.
I will do so, Doctor. But my question from what you just said now is, will you agree with me that if you're not paying the NGOs, even an increase makes no difference because they're not getting the initial money?
You said the money was not enough.
So even if they're giving the NGOs an increase, if
the
NGOs
proceed.
If they're not paying the initial money, an increase is of no assistance.
Yes, in those months, yes, it was not going to make any difference.
Thank you, Doctor. Doctor, you testified that the criteria was the NGO's decision.
Wena o hlalosetsa gore tsela e be ile ya di NGOs, e be ile criteria ya ba di NGOs, decision e be ile ya bona, sephetho be ile sa bona.
You agree?
Wa dumela mama?
The criteria
for what?
The criteria for, I don't understand the criteria. What is it for?
The criteria of users that the NGOs would accept was their decision.
Yeah, no gore ba batla ya mogela go shomisha decision ya bona.
No. Just rephrase, Mr. Profi. The interpretation didn't go well this time.
Okay, Melody.
So the NGOs told the identifying team what users they wanted to receive.
But the NGOs told them?
She testified that.
Oh, okay. She testified that the NGOs.
Yes.
Told the identifying team.
The identified teams.
The users they wanted to receive.
No.
The users.
Patients.
Oh.
Oh, okay. In other words, yes, what Mr. Prof is trying to say is that Dr. Manamela testified that it was the NGOs, right, who decided which patients to receive.
But lena mama lile la bolela gore di NGOs ke tsona tse leng gore di be di just phethela gore na ke ba ba fing ba le rosanetse gore ba amogetswe
balwetsi ba ba fing
santse gore ba amogele
ba ba amogele
gore ba ba amogela. Oh, okay. No,
I don't want to be an interpreter. Apologies. That's not that's not what I'm supposed to do. But I think this thing of changing interpreters, that's where we are now. All right. Did you pick that up? I think, Dr. Manamela, some of the things you understand, please you stop us where you don't understand. The interpreter can just chat in, please. I hope even your counsel can understand.
I understood, yes. The answer is that is correct.
So it's at this point common cause that Ubushle Nkosi did not get the users according to their criteria.
But go jalo gore ba Bushle Nkosi be a senke ba hwetša balwetse go ya ka criteria ya bona ka bele go jalo.
Nka se kgone gore go bjalo ka gore ba be ba amoela ke bona.
I cannot say that is correct because they are the ones that they're receiving them.
But in your evidence, you testified that you knew they had elderly users.
Which
they weren't supposed to have.
When I
visited Patricia, Mrs. Patricia, she once told me, she told me that she had 2 patients with that they were overaged.
Okay. Doctor, let me take it a step back. Maybe this will be easier for you. Interpreter? So you'd agree with me that you testified that you were aware of the criteria issue at Ubushle Nkosi.
ke tla re ke reportetswe gore ba ba tšea ba mohuta mang.
I said it was reported to me that these ones, which type of patients were they taking?
Le gona ge ba ya ba iša balwetši ge
And further that when they were taking the patients, yeah,
NGO e bentše ka no re o a ke mo tšea ha criterion yaka.
And it was on the NGO's side to say that these ones they will receive, it is not on their criteria, and they will receive which ones that they were on their criteria. In other words, they were to decide which one to take, which one not to take, according to their criteria.
Ke ka moo ge ke be ke etetše ke ile ka botša gore ba bangwe ke ba bagolo.
That is why when I visited, I was informed that the others, they were of old age.
And further, I agree with you, and you advised her that you would increase the subsidy for the elders, but they can't be taken away.
Ore wa dumelana le wena ke ka lebaka le o ile a batla ka leana la gore ge ba tla ba le gona gore ba oketse tšhelete ya bone gobane ba ka se be le gona gore ba tloshiwe.
Le ge ke sa gopole gore ke rile bjale mara se ke se tsebang ke se.
Even though I don't remember saying that, but what I remember is that
ge me Patricia be tlhokometše balwetši ba bagolo ka mengwaga.
When Patricia was looking after the patients that were overaged,
tšhelete ya go ba tlhokomela e godimo ga ya ba tlhokometše.
Tšhelete ya bona e godimo.
E godimo.
Okay, the money for looking after them, it was a little bit higher than, because they were of old age.
Ke ka moo ke rile o ra gore ge a claima tšhelete a claim ya go se tshwane.
That is what I said. Whenever she makes a claim, she cannot make a claim of the same. She cannot make the same claim.
Mr. Profi, where are we getting with this? Please, I left you for quite some time. If you can drive the point home, so that the court shouldn't be lost.
It was merely I'm equally as lost by this last statement, but it's merely that the witness had testified that she went to Bushlebe Nkosi. She was told everything was good. The only issue was the elderly people.
Yes, that evidence is on record. Yes, we've just captured it now.
So all I was putting to Dr. Manamela is that she said this finance as well as her said the subsidy would be increased, and that never happened.
Okay, continue. So I'm just worried that these other details, where are they taking us? That's why I'm saying please drive the point home, because you can't just be going there where the court is not seeing any direction.
As the court pleases.
It's now 13 minutes past 11.
My lady, it will expand to another point, and I will take the witness to a page. So I think this would be the opportune time to take the tea adjournment.
Okay, that's fine. The witness can be warned. The court will take an adjournment now, a tea adjournment, and we'll resume at 11:30.
11:30, Mama Namela, ba sa ile khutša ba nwe tee ya kere. Go sa ile khutša go nwe tee ka 11:30 go tlo tšwela pele.
Right, please, the court.
Just remember the oath that we've taken, Dr. Manamela. We've been warning you every time, so you are well conversant with the proceedings now.
Lena le ka tlase ga kano wa kere ka nako le nako ga la dumelela go ka bolela lo mongwe ka se le se bolelang ka se sebaka mo khipelo ga lekgotla kere. I understand, thank you.
Thank you, court agents.
May please the court. May I proceed, my lady?
Just a second. The witness is reminded that she's still under oath. I don't think the camera for Dr. Manamela, it's right. I don't know. Nelisiwe?
My lady, for the interpreter or Dr. Manamela?
Just a second. I'm looking, the interpreter is fine. The problem is Dr. Manamela this side. Yeah, all right. The witness is reminded that she's still under oath.
That is correct, my lady.
Continue.
Billy, without being difficult and with the court's leave, just the brightness or something has happened to the visuals of Dr. Manamela.
That is why I'm complaining about her camera. I don't know what's wrong, because now the face has become darker.
Correct, my lady. I don't know if it's a lighting issue.
It could be.
Because she was perfectly fine before the tea adjournment.
Nelisiwe, can you advise the doctor what she should do?
She's out, my lady. Let me call her.
We'll check on the surrounding.
Oh, Nelisiwe is not there. Okay, just leave her. It's fine.
Okay.
But we'll check on the surrounding.
All right, thank you. Continue.
Lady, can I continue until it's sorted?
Continue. That's fine. We can't wait.
Doctor, for the sake of progress, I just request, as my colleagues previously did, is for you to listen to the question, and if it merely requires a yes or no or I don't know, we would end this much quicker.
Ore o na le gopelo mo mama jwale ka ba shumi mo ka yana ba bangwe le bona ba le ba gopelo. Go putsitso ye ileng gore e nyaka goba aowa gore re kgone gore lebe le tswele pele ka nako e kopana e leng gore ka kgone gore re shumishe goba ka potlako o gopela gore re arabe ka goba aowa kere. Mama Dr. Manamela. Yes. I hear.
So, Doctor, to conclude this point, just merely 3 questions is, are you aware or you confirm that the license for Obuhlebe Inkosi was not adjusted to accommodate the elderly users?
Ore ka be le gore wa dumela ke eng gore license ya ba Buhlebe Inkosi ga se nke be sa dumelela go ka amogela batho ba ene gore ba shetse ba godile.
Ha ke sa gopola go bongwadilweng mara ge a be a na le balwetse ba babedi o ra re be ba sa dumelele.
I don't remember what is it was stipulated or written on that license, but if she was having 2 patients, elderly people, it means that the license did not allow to carry the elderly people or to have the elderly people.
So you agree with me the license was not adjusted for those elderly users?
Wa dumela le na gore license ya bona e be ise ya katoloswa gore e ka amogetsa balwetse ba babedi ba batho ba bagolo.
A ke sa gopola fela ge ba be ba swanetse ba claim for elderly.
The question is not about, okay, let the interpreter interpret.
Yeah, I don't remember, but Jola pele ma'am.
Ke le ge ba be ba swanetse ba claim for body elderly bao.
Because if they were supposed to claim for those elderly,
the license be swanetse correspond.
The license was supposed to correspond with it, with a claim.
Okay.
So or finance ba kgone o adjust tšhelete ya ba babedi bao.
So that the finance can be able to, so that the finance can adjust for those 2 elderly people.
Many of the lights have seemed to terminate on my end, but may I proceed?
Yes.
Okay. Doctor, the question is that so the license was not adjusted, right?
But license I be adjust you, mama. I don't remember.
Okay, then moving on. The subsidy was equally not adjusted to accommodate those elderly.
le subsidy le yona e be se a oketša gore e ka kgona gore e akaretse le bao ba bagolo batho ba bagolo bao e ka be re go jwalo batsofe ba
a ke gopole mara nna ke boditše NGO manager gore
I don't remember, but I did inform the NGO manager what to do.
A ke tsebe ge ba o ile a dira ke tla no ra ke tsebe.
I don't know if she did as I instructed her, but I will just say I don't know.
Thank you. Now, Doctor, the misallocation of the users. So, Bushle Benkosi receiving the wrong users. Who is to blame for that misallocation?
Bushle Benkosi miss what?
The misallocation.
Misallocation. Ke mang o sentse a rwale maikarabelo a seo?
Se nka se bolelang ke gore ke be ke se gona ge ba receive balwetse.
What I can say is that I was not present when they received patients.
Fela bona ba butle.
But then the ones at Bushle Benkosi,
be ba swanetše go ba ba ganne go ba tšea.
They were supposed to refuse receiving them or admitting them.
Are you done, Doctor?
Yes, I'm done.
Again, that was not my question. My question was, they received users that were not their criteria. Who is responsible for that?
Ba ene gore ba se tsamaelane go le criteria ya bona e be le maikarabelo a mang
ka mokgwa ke šetšeng ke ya rabile e a tlhalosa.
The manner in which I have responded, not knowing if maybe I'm not responding it correctly, but the manner in which I have responded it does give an explanation to that.
Can you pass this, Mr. Profi?
I will do, my lady. I'm just going to have difficulty reading my notes in the dark. May I just ask for a brief stand down for me to determine what is the issue with the lighting?
Okay, you may do so.
Thank you, my lady.
also hearing what you are saying, because I tried to let, okay, all right. The matter shall stand down until we hear what can be done under the circumstances.
As your ladyship pleases.
Okay, thank you.
My lady, may I proceed?
I don't think Dr. Manamela's position. Is it fine, Nelisiwe?
At the moment, it's fine, Judge. She's still
okay.
adjusting herself.
All right. Yes, shall we then proceed? Continue, Mr. Prophet.
Mary, I'm just waiting for Dr. Manamela to be settled.
Are you fine, Dr. Manamela?
She's muted.
You are muted.
I'm just.
You are muted, Dr. Manamela.
My apology, my lady. I'm settling. I just been moved from where I was, but.
Yes, but the question is, can we proceed now?
Yes, we can proceed.
All right.
Doctor, before the breakdown, I merely just want to confirm that you are not in a position to confirm who is responsible for the misallocation of the users.
Pele ga ge re tla emisha wena bo sa kgone go ka bolela gore na ke mang o ene gore ba rwala maikarabelo a balwetse ba.
Ke dilo tše pedi tše re di tsebang.
There are two things that we know.
Batho ba be ba allocate balwetse ba gona.
There are people that were allocating the users.
Le batho ba be ba receive balwetse.
Even the ones that were receiving the users.
Ke bona ba ka rwala maikarabelo.
Are the ones that were to be blamed?
A ke re blamed.
Oh,
A ke tsebe. A ke kgone ho blame motho ka gore a ke tsebe gore o tlile jwang.
I cannot say blame because I cannot tell how it came about, but they are the ones to carry the responsibility.
So who's the person who carries that responsibility?
Jwale ge motho a rolang maikarabelo ao ke mang?
Ge advocate o nyaka gore ke be judge, ke dumela gore
the advocates now want me to be the judge. I believe that I cannot get angry.
Not angry.
Go kwata.
O judge.
Oh, I cannot be a judge.
Ka gore a ke tsebe gore ke ka mabaka a bona ke afe a gore di-team tše di dumelele balwetse ba 64 ba babedi ba ye ko butle.
Because I cannot tell what the reason to allow 64 patients and 2 of them be taken to Butle.
Le gore butle nkane ba dumetse itse ba se mo criteria ya bona nka se.
And why Butle had accepted them knowing that they are not in their criteria?
Thank you. Can we pass this to Mr. Prophet, please?
Well, Doctor, moving on, during the cross-examination of Ms. Foster, you confirmed that at the time of termination,
termination,
the department did not have the capacity to absorb all the patients from the LE facilities.
Department capacity LE? LE
did not have the capacity to absorb patients from LE.
Or national capacity LE.
You recall that evidence?
Polelo ke a gopola e fela e be sa tle jwale ge re thoma.
I do remember, but that is not how the question was. Yes, ma'am.
Now, can we turn to page 43174?
43174. Ba re ka mo tlakeleng lela 43174.
Please read from line 9 for context to 21.
Ba re bala mo go line number 9 mo context mo.
This is the evidence of Ms. Gordon.
Ba re ke bhlatsi ba mohumagadi Gordon.
From which line?
Line 9, my lady.
Okay.
Where Ms. Gordon's evidence begins, there was an interim plan.
Interim plan.
So please let me know once you're done reading.
I don't see Dr. Manamela. Where are you, Dr. Manamela? Okay. Have you finished reading?
No, just 2 minutes or 1 minute, it will be fine.
I'm done.
My emphasis is in light of the evidence that in Tshwane there was not enough facilities or institutions. So then I seek your comment in respect of even at the end of the process. The department still did not have the capacity to absorb and allocate all patients from the
department
Ka se ngwadileng ke Mme Gordon nka se kgone ho se bolela because mo planning ya
I cannot respond on what Gordon had mentioned because according to the plan
we are sangara planner gore re tla dira di reshuffle.
We never planned that we will be doing reshuffling.
Mohlomong ka re be ba le ko Tshwane ba reporta go yena ba
maybe because of they were at Tshwane and reporting to her.
Ke yena ka kgona go itlhalosa nna a ke tsebe.
She's the one who can be able to respond to that. I don't know that.
What I'm putting to you is that the elders remained at Ubuslepi Inkosi because there was nowhere else for them to go.
Ba bagolo ba ile ba le gona gore ba tswele pele ba dule mo la Buhle Benkosi go bana go be go sna le mo ene gore ba be ba ka ya gona.
Awa ge o le bjale a ke kgone go ganana le se a se bolelang ka re ga ke tsebe.
If that is how it is, I cannot dispute what you are saying because I know nothing about it.
Thank you. Lady, if I may, I think I've canvassed quite a few of these points. I don't want to repeat. Okay. Doctor, just to refresh your memory in respect of the movement of Ubuslepi Inkosi. The users were received on the 24th of June at Marabastad.
24th, bare balwetsi ba ile ba le gona re ba amogele ka di 24 tša June mo la go la Marabastad.
Then they moved to Lensyria 1 August.
Ka di 1 tša Agostos ba išwa go la Lensyria.
Then Centurion.
Can we give full dates? Buhle Benkosi received patients on the 24th of June 2016. Is it in Marabastad?
Correct, my lady.
Buhle Benkosi amogetše balwetši ka di 24 tša June 2016 go la Marabastad.
And then?
Lensyria 1 August 2016.
Ka di 1 tša Agostos 2016 ba amogetše mo la go la Lensyria.
Then moved Centurion 1 September 2016.
Moved to Centurion.
Centurion.
Yeah.
1 September 2016.
The 1 September 2016 by Shuarola Centurion.
So The department officials certified the Marabastad facility ready.
Department ile ya netefatsa gore lebaka lela la mola lefelo la mola la Marabastad mola le ready.
You visited the Marabastad facility and advised
wena o ile wa etela mola go la Marabastad ibile o ile ba le gona gore o ba eletse gore
the infrastructure wasn't in order and they had to move.
Gore infrastructure gona e shetse e eme ga botse ibile ba kana ba move.
Same.
The infrastructure was ready and to move.
That's not what the council saying.
Okay.
Council, can you just repeat that?
The infrastructure.
That, you said she visited Marabastad and advised that the infrastructure
was not in order.
Oh, okay. Sorry, my lady. But e be se a lokela infrastructure yo iseng gore be shetse loketse nngwe se mama namela. A ke go ga botseputiso yo.
And they must move.
Ba swanetse gore ba tloge ba lefelo le be le se mo seemong se se gabotse ba swanetse gore ba tloge.
Same occurred until they settled at Centurion.
Seo se diregile ebile go fitlela ebile ba le molago la Centurion.
What is the question?
But there's just one more aspect that I wish to include.
Okay.
For the witness's benefit. Dr. Menamela, just to remember that the users also moved between Waverley and Randfontein. So my question is.
Just a second, Mr. Interpreter. I don't think she understood. Or she seems to have frozen. Nelisi, where are you there?
Judge, can you hear us now?
Thank you. Because I was trying to get hold of you there. Thank you so much. Don't leave the interpreter alone for a long time, please.
No, Judge, I was just by her side.
My lady, I think we were at the point where the interpreter had to interpret that the users also moved from Waverley to Randfontein.
Yes.
Waverley to Randfontein.
Correct.
Randfontein.
So my question is, does the users moving 5 times not reflect poor planning on the part of the department?
E ka be le gore go tlošwa ga balwetse ba makgetlong a ka bang a mahlano e ka be le re seo ga se re gona gore plan ya department e be se mo seemo se se gabotse plan ya gona ne le e puo
for the department a ke kgone gore nkare usually
for the department I cannot say it's like that because these people
go Waverley ba tlošitšwe ka baka la life Esidimeni.
Because for them to be removed from Waverley, it was because of life Esidimeni.
It was
just hold it there.
Ko Ubutle ba tlošitšwe go ya ka mokgwa ke filweng report ha se ke ko Ubutle.
I never went to Buhle, but they were removed at Buhle due to the report that was given to me.
Gore batho ba ko national ba ile ba yo checka Buhle.
That the people from National, they went to check Buhle.
Ba hwetša e se gabotse.
They found that it was not in good condition.
Ba reportela nna.
Then they reported to me.
Ka kgopela 2 identifying team ba NGO mme Hana le Ntate Thobane.
I asked 2 identified teams from the NGO, Mrs. Anna and Tate Thobane and Mr. Thobane.
Gore ba yo tlhola gore na ke nnete na o dire
to go and check if that was indeed the truth and what was happening.
I'm going to cut you here. I'm sorry, Dr. Manamela. Yes, you must listen to the question. Right? Yes. Mr. Profi?
Doctor, the question was, them moving so many times, does that not reflect poor planning on the part of the department?
But putisho e sa eme mama kere go tloshweng ga baletši ba makgetlong a ka bang a mahlano a seo a se re gona gore planning ya department e be se e botse na e be le poor.
Ke ka mokgwa ke ganneng gore ye mo ba tloshwang ga se department a se.
That is what I am disputing, that for them to be removed, it is not because of the department.
Okay. Can we move on?
Doctor, it further reflects that the goal was to get the users out of Life Esidimeni to anywhere.
But ibile go be go laetša gore mo goal e be ile gore ba santse gore ba tloshe batho mo la go Life Esidimeni ba ishwe lefelo tsoko.
Even if the infrastructure wasn't in order.
Anywhere. Okay, ba re ba sotse batho go Life Esidimeni ba ishwe le ge ka ba kae le ge ile gore lefelo leo le be se la maemo a ileng gore a nepagetse go ba a gabotse.
Yeo e be se mo planning ye nna ke tsebang. Anyway,
that was not on the plan that I know of, that of anywhere.
Even if the infrastructure is right, I can't see you.
Even if the infrastructure was poor, I don't know about that.
Dr. Obuhle Nkosi testified that the NGO was not linked to a clinic. Who is responsible?
The NGO,
who was responsible to ensure that the NGOs were linked to a clinic?
The NGO di link le di clinic.
Messinello o dirile link ye we a link le dipetlele go di link.
Mrs. Sinello or Sinello? Mrs. Sinello make that link of the clinics and the hospitals.
Now, Ms. Sinello testified that she was not responsible for the NGO. She only became responsible in September.
September. NGO.
I can agree with you that she sorted it out after September.
September.
But from June to September, who was responsible?
September. The responsible person for the NGO was
Hannah Jacobos.
Was Mrs. Hannah Jacobos.
The linkage ya di NGO. But
the linkage of the NGOs was done or meeting.
Meeting clinic A. We are link you a clinic A.
And it was mentioned in the meeting that if you are situated next, let's say for instance, at A, you are linked to the clinic that is next to you.
That linkage, before who before balwetse ba tsamaya.
And that linkage was done before the users were removed, but
le ga ile re Masenelo o ile a fiwa butle ke gopola re shetse after balwetse ba le kwa ka ge re be re.
Even Mrs. Sinelo was given, when Mrs. Sinelo was given butle, when the users were there.
Ebe seng ke re change re fetole the linkage tša dipetlele le tša di NGO.
The linkage for the hospital and the clinics were not changed by them.
Dr.
And the
Manamela.
NGOs.
Okay,
Mama
finish your interpretation.
I'm done, my lady.
Yes, Dr. Manamela. The evidence on record is that Butlebe Nkosi was not linked. The doctor is not there. I don't know who I'm talking to.
Mama Namela.
She's also no longer on my side, my lady.
My lady, I'll try to see how can I assist, my lady. I'll send the technician to assist.
Yes, where is the interpreter now?
I'm here, my lady.
Dr. Manamela.
Mama Namela.
Council wants to know, isn't it, there is overwhelming evidence on record that Butlebe Nkosi was not connected or was not linked to any clinic. Yes, now council comes to say to you, from June to September 2016, who was responsible to link the NGOs to clinics?
Jwale ge ntate Profimo o nyaka go tseba gore na go tlogela ka June le magareng ga June le September ke mang wo a ba swanetse gore wo ba swanetse ra role maikarabelo ka di link tseo from June to September.
Ke dumela gore ge ebe e sa linkiwa district.
I believe that if it was not linked, the district was supposed to
gore e ba linke.
The district was supposed to link them.
Can you continue, Mr. Prof?
Do we know who at the district was responsible?
Mola district ke mang wa ba ga sentse ra ba link. My ebele me karabela mang ora no ra ba link.
Ko district re be re na le coordinator ye ntshwa ntate Lehau.
We had a new coordinator, Mr. Lehau.
Wa ile a khumana me Gordon a be a berekana le batho ba.
Who found Mrs. Gordon that was dealing with these people?
Mrs. who?
Gordon.
Gordon. You're not Gordon. Gordon. Mrs. Gordon, my lady.
Bube.
Working with who?
Una bereka le ma?
A bereka le di NGO tša Tshwane.
Was working with Tshwane NGOs.
So ge ba be ba sa linkiwa.
And if they were not linked,
ke bona ba beng ba ba ka ba linka.
They are the ones that
It appears the interpreter is frozen again.
I can see that. Nelisiwe.
Judge, can you hear us now?
Can the interpreter continue? That's fine.
With the answer, my lady.
Yes, I think you were interpreting when you got frozen.
Yes, my lady. The answer was that if the NGOs were not linked, they were supposed to link them.
Or they referring to Mr. Lihau and Mrs. Gordon?
Obo gore ba ba tshwanetse gore o bora wo mohumagadi Lehao le mohumagadi Gordon.
Mr. Lihau and Mrs. Gordon.
Obora ntate Lehao le mohumagadi Gordon manamela.
Go bjalo.
That is correct, so my lady.
Continue, Mr. Prophet.
During the cross-examination by my learned friend, Mr. Pashlela, you said that in respect of training,
Wena kana kola wo morana Pashlela tishela a go botisha diputiso o rile o ile wa araba ba re.
we heard for the first time that you were given a list of NGOs who were trained.
Wena o ile wa fiwa list ya di NGOs tse no gore di la bana ba le gona gore di trainiwe.
Who gave you that list?
Le file ke mang list eo?
Ke filwe ke me Hana a humana ko di districting.
From Mrs. Hannah, and she got it from the district.
Okay. Now, please can we turn to page 42328.
42328. Bara re go page eo mama 42328.
If you can just read from line 9 to 12.
Line 12.
Dr. Manamela, have you got the page before in front of you?
Dr. Manamela? Yes, I found it. Thank you.
Did you read what you are supposed to read? Because it's only one line here.
Line 9 ke badile.
Okay. Yes, I have read line number 9.
Line 9 to 12.
Le ba re lebala go tloga go 9 go fitlhelela go 12.
Ke badile.
Yes, I've
Okay.
read it.
Then
Mr. Murphy?
Malay, I'm going to refer her to another page that I can just ask the question once, just so she can have context. If we can then turn to page 42331.
That is page 4331.
42331.
42331, yes, my lady.
If you can please read from line 20
O tlogamela go mothaladi wa lesome a masomepedi
to the next page, line 3.
go ya go page e latelang ya boraro.
Please let me know when you're done reading, Doctor.
Ba ba kgopela ro ba botse ge le feditse go bala, mama.
Ke feditse.
I'm done reading.
You say that Hannah gave you this list, but it's clear from Hannah's Ms. Yakoba's evidence that training was not given.
Wena o re o file ke mohumagadi Hana list eo mara jwale go ya ka mohumagadi Gordon seo wa seng ke se bile gona re se
Miss-
diragala training eo wa seng ke diragala
According
Mrs.
to
Gordon.
Ms. Hannah Jacobos,
go ya ka go mohumagadi Hana Jacoboso. Hana Jacobos.
Ho kaone ke lefe the attendant register tse be amphile.
It's
So
better
I
that I
give
should
you-
give you the attendance register that she gave me, not knowing that. Tswela pele, ma'am.
Ge ile hore ba no ngwala fela ha ke tsebe mara ke tse ba mphileng for training.
Unless if maybe they were just writing on that attendance register, but that is what they gave me. That is what she gave me.
And di include batho ka moka le di care workers. So
And it includes all the people, even the care workers. So I don't know.
So if we proceed on the premise of Hannah's evidence that training was not given,
Ge re tswela pele ka polelo ya go Hana Jacobus, ba re training ga se nke ya ba le gona gore e diragale.
does the
Ga se nke ba-
lack of training would indicate poor planning on the part of the department?
E ka be le gore go se be gona ga training eo go rela gona gore department e ile ya ba le gona ebile le gona le go se šome gabotse le bile le poor planning.
Does that poor planning lay at your feet exclusively?
That poor planning means what?
Does that poor planning lay at her feet exclusively?
Okay. E ka be le gore poor planning eo e mo maotong a lena ke eng mma?
ke palla ko ya raba ka re nna ke tshwere di attendant register. So
I'm
nka se kgone
failing
ho e
to
bolela e, o ya raba.
I'm failing to respond because I'm having the list of all the attendees, the list of the people that attended, and I'm failing to respond to that.
Maybe ge nka e fa advocate a mputiša a e tshwere nna ke kgone ho ya raba.
Maybe if I can give it to the attorney and then he asking me having it, but myself, I'm failing to respond to that.
can we move?
I'm now going to move to the last portion of my cross-examination. If we can turn to page 39317.
That mola go 39317.
For context, you can begin reading from page 16.
Le ka thoma go bala mola go page 16.
To the end of the page.
Go fihla bofelong ba letlakala leo.
Is it line 16? You wanted to say line 16.
Line 16, my lady, just for context, so she understands what the answer is.
Ba re go tloga mo go line 16 go fihla bofelelong ba letlakala leo.
Doctor, please just indicate when you've read to the end of the page from line 16.
Ga le fihlile mafelelong a letlakala leo le re botseng, doctor?
Ke humane letlakala ke sa lebala ke tla le botsa.
I'm still reading. I just found the page. I will let you know once I'm done reading.
Thank you, doctor.
To the last page, ke feditše go e bala to the end of that page.
I'm done reading up to the end of the page.
Now, with that evidence in mind,
I'm
going to argue that with the evidence before this inquest, the department's primary objective was to move the users out in numbers
with
little consideration for the users. A comment?
Nka se kgone ho thibela ho ngwala seo. Nna ke tseba nnete and I will maintain my integrity.
I know the truth. I will maintain my integrity. I won't respond. I won't respond to that.
That's
Continue,
fine.
Mr. Profi.
Can we then turn to page 40514?
40514.
Line 14.
Line 14.
To the next page, line 11.
40514, number 14, page number what to the next page?
The next page, line 11.
Mo
Doctor, do you have the page?
I'm still looking for the page.
Four 40514 Humani.
Yes, but line number 14. Then page line number 11. Yeah.
Doctor, if you're struggling, just find the number 10, and then the next where you see the bold Mr. Profi is where I want you to read from. So the line of communication was open.
Line of communication. Oh, I see it. That's what she's saying.
So read from there till the next page.
Line
11.
Line 11.
Please let me know when you're done.
Ke feditse.
I'm done reading.
Thank you, Doctor. Doctor, my question is then, the project manager
Project manager
says that these issues were for you,
the issues mabaka, yes,
were for you to solve.
And you
didn't bring it to his attention. So failure to solve those problems falls on you.
Continue. What is the question?
That is the question, my lady, that failure to solve the problems fall on her.
Maybe
I can respond that in 3 ways.
Mental health.
Firstly, yes, I was the head of the mental health. That is true.
NGO.
And there was a person, I had a person that was responsible for the NGOs. Thirdly is that Mrs. Patricia herself, she's a nurse by profession. And she moved the users 3 times.
Any clinic
and there was no way that you could have prevented her to go to any of the clinics that were near her. To get the help that she wanted. Lastly, even if you can check all her reports, all of them, she was directing them to the district, all of them. As a professional nurse, she knows the channels. I believe that even the difficulties of medicines, she reported it there. And they had assisted her. If she didn't get any assistance, she know that.
My line was also open.
She would have reported to me, or maybe let's say to Jump Hannah, because she knows that my line was always open at all times.
That's all I can say.
Doctor, you said that she sent multiple letters. She told Hannah, she told you.
How I kere ube aswaneti because mangwalo agage.
No, I'm saying she was supposed to send those letters because from the letters that I have read, because there's no way that she mentioned about the leakage.
The problem
she was only talking about the problems that she encounters, and she only refers the letters to the district. That is what I read on here on case line. I read about on case line.
Thank you, Doctor. Can we then turn to page 40516?
Just a section. Just a second before you move. I just summarized this, but the interpreters interpreted. Just to put it in more perspective. The response of Dr. Manamela, I've captured it, but I didn't capture it all, but it's on record. I just want to put it in more perspective, Dr. Manamela. She says the first reason is that she was the head of mental health. Secondly, she had a person who was responsible for NGOs. 3, Mrs. Mbasha Patricia is a professional nurse. She moved the patients 3 times. She could have gone to the nearest clinic to get assistance. All her reports were directed to the district because she was a professional nurse. She knew the channels. If she didn't get help, she could have reported to her, Dr. Manamele, because she says me or Hannah Jacobus. And then further that the other things, I think they are properly, they've been properly interpreted. I just wanted to put it into perspective. Furthermore, she said she had read all her letters, the letters from Miss Mbasha, or Patricia, where she has been raising her concerns. There is no mention of the issue of linkages to clinics. And all those letters were directed to the district. Thank you. Can we then proceed?
Just on that, with the points, Leave, if I can just ask one question from that perspective that my lady has given, or clarity that my lady has given.
Okay. Yes, I'm just worried because the interpreter is not familiar with the proceedings, so I'm just trying to. But once you capture this in conjunction to what she has already interpreted, then it will be much clearer. Okay. Thank you.
Doctor, was the expectation that because Ms. Mbasha was a professional nurse?
Come again?
Was the expectation that because Ms. Mbasha was a professional nurse?
Profession.
She should have known how to solve those problems.
The problem no, that is not what I'm saying. No, I'm not saying that she was supposed to know that.
The NGO be treated the same, whether ke professor or doctor or motho.
Whether it was just an ordinary person, a nurse or doctor, the NGOs were treated equally.
Doctor, my difficulty with your explanation is you said she did what you said she should have done. She did do the things. Is that
what you're saying, Pro?
Sorry, interpreter?
No. Advocate.
Can you please rephrase the question?
You are saying that she should have told you, she should have told Hannah. She did.
Okay, mo na asidifitli a ke na report ya gage.
I don't have that report. I didn't receive that. I don't have her report.
Ki gati ge ke be ke etetse a shetse a le ko Sintshirone.
Tswela pele ma'am.
Ke rile ke gati. Yes. Ke gati ge ke etetse NGO mola ba le ko Sintshirone.
It was only once when I visited the NGOs while they were at Sintshirone.
Ampuditseng ka balwetsi ba o feta ba mengwaga ya o feta 60.
When she told me about the users that were over the age of 60,
le nna ka mmotsa gore o claim mo ka yona ke se ke se tsebang ka.
Then I advise her that when she makes a claim, she must make it more due to that. That is all what I know.
Thank you. Continue, Mr. Pro.
Can we please turn to page, sorry, I just 40516.
40516.
If you can begin at line 15 to 24.
Line 15 to 24.
To be of assistance to you, Doctor, look for line 10, Mr. Musanoche. My name is there under. The next Mr. Musanoche is where you should read from.
I found it.
From there till line 24.
My lady, I apologize. If my learned colleague could just repeat the page number. Thank you, my lady.
No problem. Ms. Raimela is asking for the page reference, my lady.
40516.
Thank you, my lady.
And the lines 15 to 24.
Doctor, have you read it?
Mama.
Yes, 20 to 24.
Yes, I've read it.
Do you agree with that evidence that especially the new NGOs were shortchanged by the process?
Wa dumelana le se se bolelang mo ka di NGOs tšeo mo?
I ke dumelele sona ka re go change NGO e tla ko bona bo NGO.
No, I don't agree to that because to change the NGOs, it is from there or e tswa go bona.
E tswa go di NGO department e tla bolela ge le gore NGO e wrongly placed.
The department will only have a say if only the NGO has been wrongly placed.
So are you saying the department can only intervene when the NGO is not properly placed?
Ora rwana ka mantswe a mangwe department e tla tsenela fela ge ile gore NGO ga ya placeiwa gabotse.
Ge ile gore a ya placeiwa gabotse le gore mo e leng gona ga go user friendly for balwetši.
Yes, my lady, and also that if only where it is situated, it is not user friendly for the users.
Ke ka mo ke beng ke kgwethile gore be le identifying team.
That is why I've decided that there should be an identifying team.
Unfortunately for Butle ba rile ba khumane ge balwetši ba ya a ba ishitše mo gongwe not more.
Unfortunately, with Butlebe Nkosi, it was mentioned that they found that they have moved to another place, not the one that they have identified.
So in that way, Baba botša gore a ba tloe go ba re a ba tšea.
That in that way, that is when it was said that it's either they are removed or they will be taken away.
Ene Butle ayo nyaka ko Lenseria.
And Butle should go and look for Lenseria.
Not should go. Yeah, naka buena nyaka space se sengwe.
Oh, Butle himself went to check another place in Lenseria.
Butle Nkosi is an NGO. It went to look for another place in Lenseria.
That is correct, my lady. Butle Nkosi went to go and look
to Lenseria and Lenseria to Centurion. Okay. Interpreter.
Go tloga Marabastad go ya Lenseria go tloga Marabastad go ya Lenseria le go ya Centurion ba Butle Nkosi ke mo ba ile ba tsamaile gona go ya ka lena mama namane.
Ba tsamaile jwale.
That is correct, so my lady, that is how they moved.
Mr. Prophet?
That wasn't my question, but I'm going to move on, my lady.
Okay.
If we can turn to page 40939.
40939. Barmala page 40939.
Line 19.
Mola motalo wa lesome senyane 19.
So please just read 19. Just read the section that Ms. Sanela answers, and I'll direct you to the next page. So 19, 20, 21, 22. Read that.
19, 20, 21, 22. I've read it.
And then we can read from the next page. From where I speak and ask the question, no, my lady is clear. Then, are you there?
Before I can't just read I will not agree, I will not disagree, because I want to push out advocate bearile mo me Masenelo. Because I'm not agree, I will agree. But go Dimo, what was the question? Can I be given chance? The
witness, my lady, is asking if maybe she can be given chance to read it from the top to the bottom, because she says she cannot keep on saying, I agree, I don't agree, not knowing what is it that was said prior to the portion that she's been directed to read.
Dr. Manamela, I agree with you, but before you do anything, just read where counsel has just directed you now.
I had a le mama eupša ge gana jwale go thwe go kgopela gore lena le bale go karolo ye lena le laeditšweng yona go ba le laetše go yona gore le bale.
Read the second part, and if you still have a problem, then you can go back and get the context of the whole thing.
Wena bala karolwana eo ya bobedi eo ke mokana ge go na le bothata ge le tlabe le ya go yeo le bolelang gore ka re le na le bothata gore le kgone go kwišiša le go latela gore na go thweng.
Okay, my lady. Ki next page, which line?
Just continue from where you read. Just continue to the next page and read the second page.
Go fitlhelela mo le badileng gona tšwela pele go ya ka mo letlakaleng le latelago.
Ki fitlhile page 40940. Should I carry on to 41?
Should I carry to page 41 because I ended up to 40940?
Before you do anything, Dr. Manamela, is it saying something to you? Do you understand the context of everything that you've just read? Or do you still want to go back?
La kusha kam kana so le spadileng mama go ba mhlengwe le nyaka go boela morago.
Ye ke badileng mo ke a ikushisha le ke sa tsebo e tswelela le tša ko morago mara e ke a ikushisha.
Yes, the part that I just read, my lady, I understand it, not knowing what is it that was said prior to this.
Okay, Mr. Profi.
All I want to know, doctor, is were you aware that something happened to the medication and medical records between the two Life Esidimeni facilities?
Se ke nyakang go se tseba gore ka ba lo re lena le a tseba gore go na le se se leng sa direga ke eng ka di medication mabapi le tšetše pedi tše tša Esidimeni.
Ke dumela gore ke šetše ke ile ka fa botlhatsi ka yona eo.
Yes, I believe that I have already testified about that one.
In respect of the medication and the records between Waverley and Randfontein?
Waverley and
Randfontein. Ka ditlhare le ka di medication. Ke re ka ditlhare le ka di record. Ka gore
with the medication and the records. Tswela pele, ma'am.
Ke boletse gore o bile le di-NGO tse di sa fiwang ditlhare for nako e tshwanetseng.
I've mentioned that there are some NGOs that didn't get or were not given medication at a specific time.
Mola ka di-records le ona LE isa ba fa di-record go ya ka service level agreement.
And also according to the LEC, they didn't get the or I think ba khumana eng
di-record go ya ka molao wa kontraka.
They didn't get the record according to the contract of the SLA or SLA.
According to SLA.
Yes, according to SLA, yes.
Okay, that evidence is on record. Mr. Profi, can we please pass this?
Yeah, can we then turn to page 37318?
I see it's 3 minutes before 1:18. Page?
37318.
7318. I'm hesitant, but I'm going to ask for the indulgence nonetheless. It's very difficult to find a rhythm with Dr. Manamela, and now that I found it.
Anyway, I don't know. Do you want to proceed now? Because he's still going to read. Perhaps we can just check this for 2 o'clock.
As the court pleases.
Dr. Manamela, you have been referred to this page. Which paragraph are you referring her to? She can just look at the pages where it can give her context.
My lady, if I can just ask the court's indulgence this way, I'm merely referring her here to refresh her mind for context purposes. That I just want to refer to one line, and then if I may, can I then refer her to the transcript that then requires reading?
I see page 37318.
She was already referred to this.
This is now the allocation to NGOs.
Correct, my lady.
And then you also want to give another page number.
Please, my lady, so that she can read that. So, doctor, if I can please just have you on page 37318. Are you there?
Yes. Page 37318, yes.
No, you've already been referred here. We already discussed this. My highlight is Ms. Hannah Jacobus, Obushlebe Nkosi, third line in the column. You see that? So Obushlebe Nkosi is referred to Hannah Jacobus.
Yes, I see it.
So now, with that in mind, can we then turn to page 42333?
Le badile so jwale re ka emela letakaleng la 42333.
You can read from line 6 to 13, and then we can take the lunch adjournment.
O ka bala mo go tlogela go motheladi wa botsela go ya go lesemetharo.
My lady, if I may, with the court's leave, can I give her all the references for Hannah's evidence that I'm going to ask questions on, so that it's all...
Yes, you may do so.
Thank you. Thank you, my lady. Doctor, so I don't know if you have a pen and paper to just write this down.
Yes, I'm writing.
So it is page 42333, line 6 to 13.
42333, line 6 to 13.
Then pages 42388.
42388.
Line 7 to 15.
Line 7 of 15.
And then 42389.
42389.
So, you know,
line?
She would have already read it from line 15, my lady. So if I may just go there, 42389.
9.
So if she can end, so from the previous page, the reference I gave her, So what I require from her is to read 42388, beginning line 7, ending on line 423.
If you can read the whole next page, it's fine.
Yes. She can read that page and the following page.
Okay, is that all?
That's all in respect of Hannah Jacobus, my lady.
Okay, so you can look into that, Dr. Manamela, while we take the lunch adjournment.
Ba ro ka lebella mo go maphetlakala o file gona go re sa le mo nakong ya go ikhutša ya matena.
The witness can be warned. We are going to take lunch adjournment now. We'll resume at 2 o'clock.
Re tlo bua ka iri ya bobedi a ke re mama.
Okay.
I can't keep on warning you. The interpreter doesn't do that, but you know your rights in terms of the oath that you have taken. The court will adjourn.
Wa tseba ke re ka ga taelo e sa leng o fiwe yona gore wena ga wa tshwanela go bolela le motho ka ga molato wa ke re.
You are muted. I don't hear anything, Dr. Manamela.
My apology, my lady. Ke re ke a leboga ke a tseba.
Thank you.
I know.
Court adjourns.
As the court pleases.
May it please the court, my lady.
I don't see the witness and the interpreter. Yes, Mr. Profi.
Doctor, I'm going to take it that you read portions of testimonies that I asked you to read.
Ya lemoga gore lena le di batlelo tsela ke leng ka re le di bale.
Ke nagana gore ke di badile mara o ka no ba ke sa di fetša because e be le lunch time and ke be ke tshwanetse go tšea di-document tše ke mmontšhang tšona gore batho ba gage.
Yes, I think I have read them. Though it was during lunchtime, I went to fetch some other documents to show to you.
Gore Umhlego the Cradle ba tlile training.
That the Umhlego training they came for training.
Nka di rumela through my lawyers ba le rumela tšona.
Can I send them through my lawyer so that they can send it to you?
That's my lady, I take the course direction in respect of how we canvass this issue. My suggestion is that it be uploaded onto case lines. We can then, the NGOs affected can then peruse the documents they're necessary, or an alternative that during our clients giving evidence, this was never questioned. But I'm in the court's hands either way.
So is it necessary because it was not challenged at that time? I don't know. It's up to you if you want them to be uploaded. I think he has got them. I don't know is that not going to cause unnecessary delays, but if they can be uploaded, so let them be uploaded.
And my stance is that the version was never
Yes, that's why it was not even challenged, that version. Mr. Sibaro?
As it pleases the court, Bishop, I'm trying to put my camera.
Are we in the magistrate court now?
Oh.
We had an interpreter who kept on saying your worship.
My apology,
so now
my lady.
You are starting again with that.
I think I just grabbed the tone of the interpreter. My apology, my lady.
No, the interpreter is not this one. All right.
My lady, in as much as I remember, the witness before this court is the court's witness. Irrespective of whether the version has been challenged, but however, documents can be uploaded which would assist this court in its own determination. It's for this court's ruling.
I've already said it can be uploaded if it can, because he has already made them available. That's what I said.
Yes, please the court, my lady.
If you followed what I said.
Yes, please the court, my lady.
So he knows what she's supposed to do. She can take send the documents to her legal team. They will know what to do. Yes. Shall we then continue? Dr. Manamela, when you are given an opportunity to do something, please do it.
No,
we went to the lunch. We went into the lunch break, and the court specifically said you must look at the documents. So I don't know whether you want us again to give you that opportunity that we have already given you.
Ka ntle gore mohlomong ba tsebegele gore wena o nyaka go fiwa nako gape gore o sire selo.
Ke gopola o ka re ke se dirile ke sa tsebeng ge ba mongwe a ka fetša mara ke dutse mo until past ke lebelela di-document ka emelela ka yo tšea the other documents.
I remained seated, my lady, until at past. Then I stood up to go and fetch some other documents.
And then the last
I don't understand what you're saying. You say you don't know if you are finished. So we cannot guarantee that. You can't even tell us that you have read everything.
Well, now, mama. Kaban ba tsebe gore na o se badile na selo seo na go re ga o tsebe. E ka ba le gore o se badile selo seo na go ba go diragala jwang ka lena ma?
Ke se badile.
Okay, I have read it, my lady.
Ke gopela go lela se hati court. Ke gopela go lela advocate o bolela gore a se re challenge. Court batla court e tla gopola gore
the advocate is mentioning something that we never challenged, and the court is saying that.
Ke re court e tla gopola gore ka e re tswela pele o ile wa tla mo go bo challenge wa di causation fela
The quotation.
Causation.
Causation. And the court will remember that there was a time where the causation was challenged.
So ke ka moo bo advocate ba tla fela ba re se a sa challenge-iwa.
That is why the advocate will keep on saying this and that it was never challenged.
Thank you, Dr. Manamela. Mr. Sibara, did you want to say something before we proceed?
I just want to assist the court. When we all adjourn for lunch, we go and eat. Dr. Manamela used that time to read.
That's what I requested her to do, yes.
She did not eat.
Yes.
She did not eat. And she's testifying in a hungry stomach, my lady.
Why should Mr. Sibara, I requested her specifically.
Yes.
And we adjourned before 1 o'clock. We didn't adjourn at 1 o'clock exactly. Then I gave her the opportunity to do that. What is wrong with that? The court specifically asked, no, you must understand. She says to the court, she went through the documents, but she's not sure if she's completed doing that. That is what the court wants to establish.
Well, if I can assist the court. She is saying, I went through the documents. I'm not sure if I finished because I went to fetch other additional documents for Obuhle Wonkosi.
So the court wants to know whether she still needs some other time if she's not proceed. If she didn't complete that. She says she's not sure if she has completed reading.
My lady, I'll beg the court's patience with this witness.
No. I don't understand why you are interfering now.
No, I'm not interfering.
All what the court wanted to know was whether she finished reading what she was referred to. And she says she's not sure. So I want her to give us clarity whether we should proceed asking her questions or not. That is what the court is requesting her to do.
For the sake of progress, let's proceed.
Dr. Manamela, are you ready to proceed?
Let's proceed.
Did you go through the documents that you were requested to go through?
We never level the documents, ma'am. I have read them, my lady, but I didn't read the last one.
Do you want an opportunity to read the last one that you didn't read?
Correct, so my lady, I will appreciate that.
That is the reason why the court said when you are requested to do something, do it at the time the court has requested you to do that. I'm going to give you not more than 10 minutes. Right? For you to look at that.
Okay, thank you, my lady.
You read page 42333, correct?
Page 42333. Yes.
So Sinelo testified that she wasn't responsible to adopt Obuhle Nkosi.
Was now he was not that?
She was not responsible to adopt the NGO.
Obe as
And Ms. Jacobus denied that she was allocated to adopt the NGO. A simple yes or no. Were you aware that from June to September,
the
NGO did not have anyone from the department allocated to support it?
Let me say that is not true, and let me elaborate it this way.
The NGO the allocated first July, 11 July. Adopt an NGO.
Let me put it this way. These NGOs or
allocation July.
There was an allocation for July. Yes.
The allocation now adopted the NGO.
And the allocation for the adoption of the NGO.
Just a second. I'm sorry to interject, Mr. Memalopi. The first statement that the witness said, she said asiniti. That was not interpreted.
I mentioned it, my lady.
Okay, perhaps I didn't hear you.
Yes, my lady.
So you are saying this is not true, and then there was an allocation in July?
Allocation in July, mama.
The allocation adopted NGO July.
And there was also an allocation for the adoption of the NGO after July.
42333
and I can see it is been stated there on 42333, and there's no one who came to dispute that.
Yeah, adopt an NGO.
The one for the adoption of the NGO.
Kimo major go was abeng as allocated go ubuhle.
Kimo abego as allocated la gona.
Who butle kaya adopted the NGO.
And that kefi or major go be obe as allocated for ubuhle.
With regard to the issue of adopt an NGO, yes. Mrs. Jacobus was not allocated to adopt or to be responsible for the NGO with Lebenkosi.
Mama gore me Jacobus o be as allocated go adopt the NGO ja Obuhlebengkosi. Go ka mfo mahluda e bya ka gona ke yona yo. That is correct, so as the church just stated it.
Continue. Mr. Profi?
My lady, I'm not sure from this interpretation what the answer is if she was aware that there was nobody from June to September.
But Elena, I can't believe when I bole awe gore go tlogela ka June go fela ka September go be go sna le motho wa ileng gore o be a allocated to join the NGO.
The response that I got was that is not true. Then she started explaining a lot of things. Maybe you can pass that. The record will speak for itself. She denies the statement. Is that correct, Dr. Manamela?
That is correct, so my lady.
Continue.
If you deny it, then according to you, who was allocated to the NGO?
Ke mang motho e leng gore o be a allocated to the NGO?
For the specific NGO, Butlebe Nkosi.
Mme Jacobus ube allocated.
Mrs. Jacobus is the one that was allocated, and you can also see it is written there.
Ka evaluation.
On the evaluation.
Re ka nna ra checka gore ka adopt NGO ke mara ke a tseba e be.
And we can also check on the adopted NGO who was allocated. Or what's about it?
Ka adopt an NGO, e be si yena Mme Jacobus.
But then with an adopted NGO, it was not Mrs. Jacobus. Adopt an NGO. Okay. Adopt.
Proceed.
Is she done, my lady?
Yes.
That is correct, yes.
Now, the second portion that I asked you to read. You'll correct me if I'm wrong, if your evidence will then be the same. But from the from Monsieur Jacobus's evidence, it is clear. It is clear that
this is now where are we now?
We are now on the pages 42388, my lady.
I
asked us to read that page until 42389, line 15.
438,915 more.
Okay, that's fine. Continue with your question, Mr. Profi.
From that evidence, it is clear that Ubuhlebe Nkosi was not part of your Adopt an NGO program.
Adopt an NGO.
Advocate.
What is the evidence of about it? Because I don't understand. I don't understand it.
So, if we go to that evidence.
Can you refer her to the evidence that you are talking about, Mr. Profi?
I will do so, my lady. I'm just waiting for my case lines to go to the page.
Okay.
Okay, doctor, if we take it slowly, are you on page 42388?
42388, Mama. Yes.
If we go to line 6, where I ask Mr. Kubus to read the NGOs that she's allocated to.
Yes.
Yes, I see it.
From there, you see she's allocated to Ubuhlebe Nkosi, right?
Yes, I see that.
The evidence that follows said that she'll be allocated for the period starting 11 July 2016 to December 2016. Do you see that?
December 2016. Yes, I see that.
And I ask her that it's her evidence that she was not allocated to Ubuhlebe Nkosi.
You ask her that she was not allocated to Ubuhlebe Nkosi?
Yes.
Why
I'm going to read it. It says the consequence of that is that there was then nobody supporting and ensuring that patients were well taken care of. Would you agree with me? Yes.
Where is that, Mr. Profi? I'm on this page.
Page 42388, my lady. I was reading line 17 and 16.
Since it is your evidence that you are not allocated with Nkosi.
Correct, my lady. The consequence of that is that there was the nobody supporting and ensuring that patients were well taken care of. Would you agree with me? Yes, counsel.
Ba re mo go line number 16 to 17A. Yes, I see that response.
Then based on your letter, I went through it all and I said that there was no one to ensure that the NGOs were paid. That the NGOs...
go ya ka mangolo ka lengolo le lena le leng la le go lona le o wila o le badile o hlokometswe ba o etse hloko gore go be go sna le mo e leng gore proceed prof.
She agreed with me.
La dumelana lena.
I took her through auditing. She agreed with me. Do you see that?
Are you asking Mrs. Manamela whether she agrees with you?
I agree.
Oh.
No. He's still reading the statements. Am I correct, Mr. Profi?
Correct.
Okay, my lady. I thought maybe she's so sorry for that. I thought she's asking Mrs. Manamela.
No.
My apology, my lady, for that.
She wants Dr. Manamela to follow what she's reading on this page because she requested the evidence, isn't it?
Oh, okay, my lady. Thanks. Like we shisha mama namela puti oro o sa bala ke re go ya ka sengwala sela a leng a re le se bala ke re ga re gore lena la ra ba ke re yes, I see that.
You continue to read. I asked her in respect of auditing. The NGO had major concerns in respect of infrastructure. If they were audited, there was no training, no auditing, therefore nobody to ensure that things were done. Do you agree with me? She answered yes.
Yes, I see that.
Lastly, you read the evidence that in respect of support of the NGO, I asked her if there was support before Ms. Sanello intervened. She said she agreed with me that there was no support.
Now, yes, I see that.
This is now directed to you, Dr. Manamela. Those were the objectives of the Adopt an NGO program. So that's
before Councillor Jolepil,
before you proceed, that is not them.
Separated allocation post placement.
On top there, we are talking about the allocation. What is allocationing?
Post placement.
Allocation place
post
placement.
Dr. Mana, let's go to page 37318.
Placement.
Just let her finish her explanation. She says here we're talking about two things. The first one is allocation post placement.
And then Mama.
Adopt an NGO.
The second one is an adopt an NGO.
So kap ya mathomo ya post placement. Asanka kabutswa ore meja go bose ai kwa ubutlhebenkosi. Everybody
with the allocation post placement, I was never informed that Mrs. Jacobos is not attending to ubutlhebenkosi.
Just hold it there.
Mrs. Jacobos.
Maybe before if anybody what testify them before me.
Before I continue, I have realized that anybody who testified before me,
statement the
statement Samto. Okay, the person who testified before me, I have noticed that their statement is being taken as the true and correct one.
By who, Dr. Manamela?
Advocate Profi.
I'm referring to Advocate Proxy because isn't it he is the one telling me that whatever that he was reading for me, that is true and correct.
No, they're just testing your credibility. This is the purpose of cross-examination. Maybe it's you who doesn't understand court procedures.
Jwale ba re mo ke mama a go jwala ke re bana ba fela ba leka ba re keng ba testa lena gore na gona lena go ya ka tsebo ya lena ke re ga ba re gore bohlatsi ba lena a se gore tše ba di bolelang ba ra gore ke nnete go namile go felela gona moa ke re ba nyaka go testa bohlatsi ba lena gore lena bohlatsi ba lena le boya jang ge o mongwe ole a boletse ka tsela ela ke re.
That is why they keep on referring you to the evidence that is already on record, Dr. Manamela.
Ke ka lebaka leo o na leng go bona ba fela ba go botsa gore hlatsi ye nngwe e rile hlatsi ye nngwe e rile a kere.
Okay, awa ke a leboga for explanation eo judge.
Okay, then
ke a withdraw.
Okay, I withdraw my lady. Thanks for the explanation.
Remember, this is your turn now to be in the witness stand. You have never been there before. So these are just the court procedures.
Ina ba tsamaiso ya ka mo lekgotleng a kere o gopole gore a kere wena ga jwale ke nako ya gago ye o le ka mo lesakeng jwale go ba ka mo mokotlaneng a kere jwale ba sentse gore ba lebane le wena a kere ka tsela eo.
Yeah, wa ke a leboga.
Okay, thanks for that, my lady.
So just clear your mind and listen to the questions and answer to the best of your ability.
Lena fela loko le kgopolo ya lena mama le arabe go ya ka mogolo na le tsebang ka gona kere. Yes,
right.
My lady.
Can we proceed, Mr. Profi?
Camera, I just want to rephrase it so that I can move on from the point, please, because I get the answer. Okay, Doctor, what you just said now, from that evidence, you'd agree with me then that Ubushle Benkosi was not part of the post-allocation objectives.
Jwale re go ya ka bohlatsi bo ge wena o tlo dumelana le nna keng ge ke re Buhle-Benkosi e be se ya karolo ya allocation ya post placement.
Awa ka gore a ke dumelelane le se mme Jacobo se a se bolelang mo.
No, because I don't agree to what Mrs. Jacobos has just mentioned here.
Thank you, Doctor. And I just wanted that then takes care of my next three questions. Okay. Can we then, just for content to my question, turn to page 34797?
34797.
34797.
Correct.
Are mola go 34797 a kere mama.
Ki humane.
Yes, I found it.
You'll recall this is the letter you sent to Dr. Mokachwe in respect of request for medical records of mental health care users.
Wa gopola ile ke lengwalo le bana bile ngwala Dr. Mokachwe o nyaka report ka balwetsi ba le ba sa itekanelang monagano o nyaka report ka yona.
Ke nyaka di record.
Yes, I was looking for records.
Yes. Now can we turn to page 46479?
Recommend like la 46479.
Line, sorry, I just want to see line 3 to 12.
Mola line 3 go ya go 12.
Are you at that page, Doctor?
Le mo takaleng le mo.
Ke saya ka gore ke dingwala pele ke khone ke.
No, I'm still trying to search for it. I start by writing the numbers first.
Ki humane.
Yes, I found it.
3.
Please read line 3 to 12.
Ba re bala mola mothaleng wa go tloga go 3 go ya go 12.
Ke feditse.
Yes, I'm done.
Doctor, for background, my question relates to the following. You see that Dr. Sikukuna she requested the documents and she was denied access to the records.
Wa bona gore Dr. Sikukuna o ile a di kgopela document ene o ile a gana ka tsone.
You testified that you sent Mr. Lahau and he was also denied access.
Ene wena o re o ile a romela o ntate Lahau o ile a ganetswa ka tumelelo ya tsone.
Are we on the same page?
Re sa le mo mothalong wa mo teng. Yes.
I seek your comment in respect of, I will argue that because of the standoff between the department and Life Esidimeni, interpreter?
Yes, ma'am.
You want me to say the whole sentence?
No. You can repeat the question.
Okay.
I didn't follow what you were saying. Is
I will argue
that
it was due to the standoff between the department and Life Esidimeni.
Stand off department Life Esidimeni.
And this refusal by Life Esidimeni to hand over the documents, the medical records. That's why the NGOs didn't get the records. Your comment there too?
They didn't
get the report because they were never given to them. Mama. We tried to access them, but we failed.
Then, Doctor, I put a proposition to Dr. Mukachwa. His version was the following. Life Esidimeni provided complete records and the department lost the
Life Esidimeni
and the department lost the records in transit.
And the department the transcript the record.
I put it to him that Life Esidimeni did not provide adequate records to begin with.
Life
Where is that, Mr. Prophet?
Oh, sorry, my lady.
The proposition that you put to Dr. Mukachwa.
My lady, if I just want to check that it's correct before I refer the court to it.
As far as why I'm raising this, I want to see where you are referring, because as I understood his evidence, he spoke about the discharge summary, not complete records. That's how I understood his evidence.
Lady,
so now you're talking about the fact that he said he gave them complete records. You understand?
I do, my lady. The preposition is at page 47913.
Yes, I've noted you. 4793.
47913.
47913. Before I go to Mr. Van Bergen, if you can look at also this page, 47913. Yes.
That is where my preposition reflects, my lady.
This is I don't know, this is not a 47913.
47913.
I'm 47193. Yes, I'm 47. Oh, yes, I'm on a different page. Thank you. Okay, let me go through this. You're talking here about the required documentation, right? Adequate records. Okay, can I hear, before we proceed, can I hear Mr. Van Bergen?
Thank you, my lady. My lady, this is an issue that has been addressed a number of times during evidence. Broad allegations of insufficient records or no records. The evidence is clear as to what was given. It was supported by both the evidence from Life Esidimeni witnesses and also Department of Health witnesses. But the crux is, my lady, is my learned friend going to name specific deceased users as patients who did not receive records, and that the absence of records or alleged absence of records caused them to pass away? If so, then he must do so. But to make broad allegations, I submit, does not assist your ladyship in determining either the cause of death or whether there is a causal relationship between any particular user and an alleged absence of records. We can carry on for the whole afternoon addressing alleged absence of records, but unless it is tied to a specific user and an indication is given as to how that user specifically that user's death was caused by the absence of records or insufficient records. This goes nowhere, my lady, as your ladyship pleases.
Mr. Profi, if I may ask the witness and the interpreter just to step aside. Mr. Lade.
I'd like to add to the
submission by
submissions by Mr. Van Bergen. This matter has, this issue has been discussed with previous witnesses, and this court has already shown that it doesn't take this court any further to keep on referring to the absence of records, because after 32 witnesses, there had been no evidence, no show that the absence of records had caused any of the deaths of any of the deceased. And the court previously stopped the person asking those questions.
Yes, correct. Mr. Profi?
Maria, I just want to quickly correct the evidence leader that Ms. Mokoja gave evidence, and what both of the evidence leader and Mr. Van Bergen wants to do was already done with when Mosego gave the evidence in respect of which records were inadequate that hampered their ability to take care of the user. But my lady, my point is, I haven't asked the question, so I think both of my learned friends have preempted my question. If it does not, my question doesn't relate to medical.
But even then, this issue, whether you haven't asked the question, this issue, has it not been previously canvassed by the other witnesses and even your witness, the Ms. Mbacha, regarding the whether she received complete records or whatever medical records from Life Esidimeni? That has been, it's on record.
My lady, for me to ask my question, I merely needed to put the preposition to her.
What is the question before we call the witness? Because the point of what they are querying is that the evidence is already on record regarding whether adequate medical records were given to NGOs or not. Right? That evidence is already on record, but you seem to be repeating.
Dr. Mkoshik, when I put the preposition to him, said it was good, and the only result could be that the department lost it in transit. We haven't had evidence in respect of to agree with him that the records were lost in transit. So I merely want to ask Dr. Manamela if she's aware and can agree with him that the records were lost in transit.
Okay, you can deal with that, and then from there, if there is any, okay, let me hear just a second, Mr. Van Bergen.
Thank you, my lady. If that is the question, I submit that there is a second difficulty with it, because Dr. Manamela was not personally involved with the transit and the transfer of patients. she's not in a position to comment on this issue.
Well, we can just hear her and then we lay to rest. Mr. Martin?
Thank you, Milady. Milady, I don't want to intercede on something that doesn't really affect me, but I agree with what Mr. van Bergen has just said. I'm not sure that it's really helpful to ask this question or this witness about these issues. I don't know that we can go as far as to say that you should pre-decide right now that there's no merit to complaints about whether there were adequate records. That's something that your ladyship will deal with in due course when you weigh up the evidence. But I don't see how Dr. Manamela can possibly comment on it. And that's probably where the crux of the time wasting comes into play. As it pleases you, lady.
Mr. Profi?
Wasting is the issue. The witness will merely say she doesn't know.
But remember that most of the questions when you ask, she keeps on saying, I didn't do that, I didn't do that. I was not present when these things were done. Okay. Can you please put your hands down? I hope we're not going to take long with this question. Just ask her, and then if she doesn't know, she doesn't know, then we lay to rest. Because I don't see how it's going to assist this court. Dr. Manamela? Mr. Sibara, can you assist them? Okay. Continue, Mr. Profi.
Doctor, very briefly, whether you know or don't know, I put the preposition that was testified to by Mr. Mkochwa. The only thing I want to address with you is, are you aware of any medical records being lost in transit?
Medical records no.
Thank you. Continue.
Doctor, can we now turn to page 20338?
20338. But I remember 20338.
Mary, I'm sorry. Perhaps it's just me. I don't know which way the court took that no as. No, she's not aware, or no records were lost.
But our my 11 check. Let's say we can go back the record or did at the men.
Ka dipedi ya tsona a sanka ba reporta gore di record di timetše ebile a ke tsebe le ka yona gore di timetše ge ke be ke bolela le yena ntate Dr. Mkhatho.
I'm referring to both. I'm not aware, and it was never even reported to me that those records were lost when I was talking to Mr. Mkwasha. It was never reported to me.
Thank you, Doctor. Now, can we go to 2338?
I remember 2338.
But I'm going to refer you to this page. The relevant portions I wish to highlight to you is the following. You see, it's a Bushleven Courses license. The address is Centurion. And it's for severe psychiatric disability.
Psychiatric disability.
Signed by Dr. Silibano.
It is
psychiatric disability.
Dr. Sullivan.
This is for severe psychiatric disability, and it was signed by Dr. Sullivan. Mrs. Interpreter?
My lady, the witness just said it in English, my lady. There's no way I could have interpreted it.
Okay, that's fine. Yes. Continue.
Doctor, if we can then move to the next page. We see same NGO, same address. The only difference is chronic psychiatric disability.
Chronic. NGO yona chronic is chronic what? Disability?
Psychiatric disability.
Chronic psychiatric disability. Psychiatric disability. Ma'am.
Yes,
I see it.
We're on the same page, Doctor?
Yes.
Then can we turn to page 42409?
42409.
If you can read from line 19.
19.
If you find line 20, the line above, which one was a Bushle being Kosi eligible to receive, severe or chronic? That's where.
Severe or chronic.
Do you see that?
Yes, I see it.
Please read that until line 3 on the next page.
Line 3 page
But while the witness is reading, this is my last point, the license. So I don't know if Mr. Pienaar is going to go next, if he is to be ready. If not, just for everybody to know that this is my last point.
Okay. She has finished.
Doctor, who told you to change? So let me start this way. So Hannah Jacobus, you put in charge of NGOs, right? Can the interpreter interpret that, please?
I don't think she picked it up. Mema Lupe, are you still with us? Something is wrong there.
She's frozen.
Mema Lupe?
I
think we could. Judge, can you hear us?
I don't know. What is it that I'm hearing? Yes, I can see you now. Okay. I was trying to call you. Yes, you may proceed.
May I just start from over, because I don't know where the interpreter got cut.
Yes, you can just repeat the question.
So, Hannah was in charge of the NGOs.
Mara Hannah ube in charge for the NGOs.
And she doesn't know where the severe psychiatric disability license comes from.
Ibile ga tsebe gore license ya di severe psychiatric e tswa kae.
The HOD, Mr. Silibana, testified that you gave him that license to sign.
Wo wa ga Silibana o re wena o mo file license ya gore a sign.
So who told you to change the license from chronic to severe?
Jwale ge ke mang wa ileng a le fa monyetla ya gore le change from chronic to severe license.
Asi ke change silo nka no bolela kare.
I didn't change anything. What I can say is that
I can have function ya dia license.
I don't have functions to do the license.
The license di dirilwe.
License were done.
Ka moso ba re ka di signa.
Then the next thing it was said that I must sign them.
After ke di sign ya ba gore ba re di be di swantse di sign ke HOD.
After I have signed them, then it was said that the HOD were supposed to sign them. They were supposed to have been signed by the HOD.
Ke no khopela mme Jacobo sore a di change.
HOD, the ones that she had signed.
Furthermore, nka khopela ge ile rwana ke no clarify severe a chronic ke no clarify ka language ya mental health.
Furthermore, I can clarify the severe chronic with the language of the mental health.
Ga re bolela e ka ba severe ile acute.
It can be severe while it is acute.
E ka ba severe ile chronic.
It can be severe while it is chronic.
So ke ka mo motho mongwe le bona gore o tla ba le interchanging ya mantswe.
That is how maybe sometimes there will be some interchanges of words.
As long as o sena acute.
As long as there is no acute.
Ora ba be ba leka go ba thusha balwetsi ba.
That means that these users, they were trying to assist them.
Ba kushisha gore ke severe ha ba thushe even if ba tswile ka line ya acute.
With the understanding that they were assisting them even though they were not from the acute.
So at the end, ba ka no re ke severe, ba ka no re ke chronic.
At the end, they might call it severe or chronic.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Profi?
Doctor, I'm going to argue that the reason the license changed is because the users that were left were severe psychiatric disabled.
Ore o to ngangisha are lebaka la gore license e change-iwe ke ka gobane balwetsi ba e beishitse le ba severe psychiatric, or you said severe?
Psychiatric disabled.
Psychiatric disabled.
So you had the HOD sign such a license.
Wena le ba HOD le signile license eo.
So the NGO could have a license that corresponded
or NGO e be le license e no gore e corresponda
to the users,
le balwetsi,
regardless of the NGO's criteria.
Le ge ile gore go ya ka criteria ya di NGO e be se ka tsela be se tla ba ka tsela eo.
O ka no ibulela mara ka language ya psyche ai jwale because
you can say that, but then when it comes to the language of the psychiatric, that is not how it is. Jwala pele mama.
Le reason ya ro sign HOD asi we ibulelang advocate.
And even the reason that it was signed by the HOD, that is not or ga seng
asi ebo advocate ba ibulelang.
It is not what you are saying.
Le HOD le ena o itlhaishitse gore why a di signile.
Even the HOD as well had mentioned why she had signed them.
Yes, are you done, Mr. Profi? I think I gave you a leeway, and I don't know. These questions, they don't even go to the question of causation. Yes, continue.
So,
are you done?
No, I've got 3 more questions, my lady.
Okay.
Doctor, the NGO was not in Centurion in 1 April 2016.
Was not in Centurion?
Yeah.
But the NGO ka di one from the 1st of
April.
Esidimeni was not in Centurion on the 1st of April 2016.
But ka di one April ngwageng wa 2016 Buhlebenkosi be iso gona mala Centurion.
So these licenses have been backdated, correct?
The license di le da ba le gona gore di backdatiwe. E ka ba la re go jwale.
Senka se bolelang gore di license di no jewa ka mogobedi le ka ona ja ngwalwa ka mogobedi.
But I can say that the license were just taken the manner in which they were and they will be written down. Jwela pele ma'am.
I'm going to.
They were taken as they were.
And or di be di tsewa ka mogodi leng ka gona.
Di tsewa ka mogodi leng ka ona mathomong ja ngwalwa as they
and then they were written down or di da ngwalwa eng mama ka go ka mafelelong da ngwalwa eng
ka mogobedi le ka ona mathomong ja no tsewa di le jwale ja ngwalwa.
They were taken the manner in which they were, my lady, from the first and then they were written
from the beginning.
Actually, they were supposed to have been changed.
From September.
That they were from September.
From September in terms of place. But from the care, it was from 1 April. So basically, it was Centurion.
It was supposed to have been changed when they were taken to Centurion.
Yeah, I'm worried about the interpretation. Dr. Manamela, what I pick up from evidence, you are saying the licenses were taken as they were from the beginning and they were written as they were.
Or license eo ile tsewa go ya ka mogweleng ka gona go tloga mathomong ene di le dangwadiwa.
Then you say they were supposed to have been changed in terms of place from September, but in terms of care is from the date that is reflected there.
Or di be di sone ke be di ba le gona di change go ya ka ke ya tsona go flela mo date la ya September hele.
Date ya September ira lefelo mara care e thomile ka date ya April.
The care started in April and then the September date it reflects to the place.
I think we're still having 14 people. Maybe we should just wait for the others. See, now we have 20 people. I don't see the interpreter now. Okay, there she is.
May I proceed, my lady?
Yes, you can proceed.
Doctor, if you're saying that licenses are issued from date of care,
Doctor, re re di license di ntshiwa go tlogela ka nako ela ya tlhokomelo?
then shouldn't there be a license for when the users were received at Marabastad?
Go be go sena go sa sola go ba le license ke eng ya balwetse ba le ba le Marabastad?
Ke dumela hore e be e le gona.
I believe that there was.
The NGO never received a license for Marabastad.
NGO ga ya amogela license Marabastad.
So I'm going to argue that the reason the licenses were backdated
O rwale o tlo nganyisha gore lebaka la gore di license di backdatediwe
was to try cover up the department's failures.
E be ile taba ya gore ba leka go tswalela magola a bona ba ba department.
Until the NGO reached Centurion.
Go fitlela NGO ge tla be e fitla mola go la Centurion.
Your comment?
Le ka raba ka gore nka seo?
A wena a o ne nka e bolelang ka gore nna di license tša mathomo ke di signile mo gotlhe. A ke tsebe advocate o tla ngwala se ena nya ka o se ngwala. But that is
I don't know because the license all the license that I've just signed or license di sign go diregileng mama ka tsona.
Ke re di license nna ke di signa ka di isha ko district bona ba di isha.
After signing the license, I took them to the district, and the district they are the ones to take them further, and the attorney can write whatever that he wanted to write or to argue.
Okay, thank you.
But that one will not be the truth.
Who at the district is responsible?
Mola gola district ke mang o eno gore o responsible? Let me just tell you, after I've signed, I hand it to Mrs. Jacobos.
District.
Then she's the one to take them to the district.
Then the district
are the ones to distribute them according to their knowledge. It is no longer in my hands, that one.
Or NGO manager.
Or the NGO manager.
Okay, can we pass this, please?
My lady, that concludes my cross-examination.
Thank you, Mr. Profi. Mr. Binam, can we check your situation, taking into account that Mr. Shabangu was the one to proceed? I don't know, it's already 3:10. Will you be in a position to start tomorrow?
My lady, with all due respect to the court, I would request that I proceed with my cross-examination after Mr. Shabangu has completed his cross-examination, my lady. At this stage, my claims...
there's no other one, then it means we have to postpone until Monday.
If, as it pleases the court, my lady, that would be my submission, my lady. I've spoken during the luncheon break. I called Mr. Shabangu and he was quite adamant that he would be able to commence Monday morning with his cross-examination.
Yes, but that can only be determined by his condition. It's fine. Can I hear what the others will say regarding this?
But
Thank
he
you,
indicated
Mr.
to me, my lady, his condition
Okay,
is
that's fine.
better.
Thank
May
you.
it
I
please the
see
court.
Mr. Profi's hand. Any other hands? Mr. Martin, I've noted you. Is there any other person? Would you like to go first before Mr. Profi, Mr. Martin?
Thank you, my lady. My lady, I don't want to be the difficult counsel here, but I don't see any value in us losing another 2 days of hearing. We've all made ourselves available for this entire week. As it is, we already lost, I think, 2 days of this week. We now sit for 1 day, we lose another 2 days because council want to position themselves as to who goes first. My submission is that if Mr. Pinar goes now and for some reason something emerges and he would like to go again, I would have no objection to that. He can cross-examine a second time.
Yes, but he is now saying he's not, it means he's not ready because he says he would like to cross-examine after Mr. Shabangu.
You know, my lady, our clients incur fees for us, and those fees are sometimes claimable when the matter postpones or adjourns. And now my client incurs a fee for tomorrow and perhaps on Friday as well for counsel who've made themselves available. It's just not. It's not something that we should do lightly, my lady. That is my submission. And if there's any way for
At the end of the day, the court must apply its mind to this and decide as to what should be done.
As it pleases your ladyship.
Can I hear Mr. Profi? Is there any other hand? You may just remove switch off your camera, Miss Dr. Manamela. Mr. Profi?
Madam, I'm indebted to Mr. Martin going first so that he could be the bad guy and I could just jump on the bandwagon. My lady, I agree wholeheartedly that we set these 3 weeks apart for Dr. Manamela specifically, and I really want us to avoid a situation where we end up going into the next term. Since I've been part of this in August, I don't think Mr. Pinar's client, like mine, ever intersected with Mrs. Shabango's client, and he will then have the opportunity to go over my evidence plus Mr. Pinar's evidence, and then we see whether he's healthy or not. And there's nothing wrong that if he has an issue that Mr. Pinar goes again if there is an issue. But I really think that we should just use these days so that we only have the re-examination left towards the very end and conclude this witness.
I have more submissions before I close the matter. I've noted you, Ms. Hasim. Any other person? Is that Mr. Makani or that should have been the witness? Are there no other hands? I'm going to close with Ms. Hasim. Evidence leaders? Okay, Ms. Hasim.
Thank you, my lady. My lady, it occurs to me that when the re-examination takes place of Dr. Manamela, there are some new documents that will be presented. And it may be that there'll be further questions that arise from those new documents.
That is something else.
That one or two counsel may feel they need to cross-examine.
With at that stage.
No,
yes.
But my point, though, my lady, is that if that is so, then we need time to be able to do that without running into next term. So it's not that we have that much of time left in this session. So that's another reason why I support Mr. Martin, that we should continue.
Yes. I see there are no more hands. I'm going back to Mr. Pinar. Mr. Pinar?
May it please the court, my lady. Milady, specifically with regard to the issue raised by my learned friend, Ms. Hasim, if there are new documents, as the indication has been, there has been an indication it could happen, they could now, in the time that we have now, be uploaded and be scrutinized. So when the matter proceeds, if it proceeds on Monday, my lady, then they can be dealt with. It's not going to maybe entail a further postponement in next week in that regard, my lady. Then the days we have now can be utilized to obtain.
We will only be left with a week, and if it's going to be you and Mr. Shabangu, and maybe perhaps the sort of re-examination, given the long evidence of Dr. Manamela, it might not even be finished in 1 week. So we're going to have a problem.
I'm aware of that, my lady, and
But if I may, Mr. Pina, if I see there is a hand. Who sent is that?
It was Mr. Late.
Because I thought, is that Mr. Late? Mr. Late?
My lady, I've witnessed this worrying trend of legal representatives choosing when to cross-examine that causes delays in the matter. From the start, it has been decided that cross-examination will take place in form of seniority, except if there is a very good reason for going after another person. And I can't see why 2 court days must be wasted because Mr. Pina chooses to be the last person to cross-examine. I think this court must put its foot down and the people available must start cross-examining and do their work. As a court pleases, my lady.
Thank you so much. Mr. Pina, would you like to respond to this? And I'm going to close the matter.
May it please the court, my lady. My submission is simple, my lady. I have at all times, with all due respect to my colleagues and to my learned friend, Mr. Late, not endeavoured in any manner to prolong or postpone these proceedings. And when I submitted a request for an indulgence to your ladyship, it was with the specific purpose to see and to ensure that when I cross-examine, I cover what I deem expedient to cover in my cross-examination, having had regard to my client and having consulted with my client at that stage, my lady. So at this stage, my submission is still, my lady, and I persevere in that sense, my lady. I requested the indulgence to proceed with cross-examination after Mr. Shabangu had completed his cross-examination, which was granted, my lady. And at this stage, I still share the opinion that it is apposite for me to do it in that manner. And I believe at that stage, I will be in a much better position than what I am even now at this stage, or tomorrow or the day after, with regard to the extent and the nature of my cross-examination, which will not be founded on specifically a repeat of evidence that's been given, as we've encountered or had a situation with a number of my learned colleagues up until this stage, my lady. So therefore, I would request that my indulgence be granted. May it please the court, my lady.
Thank you, Mr. Pina. We understand your concerns, and it is true that you were granted that leeway. At the time, we didn't experience the problems that the court is experiencing now. One shouldn't lose sight of the fact that we have only reserved the 3 weeks for this term. And it was very clear that the legal team for the next witness were not going to be available. That legal team was not going to be available in this term. Well, I do not want to comment much about the evidence, but the fact of the matter is Mr. Shabangu will only be dealing with that specific NGO, while your client has been part of the government employees who were involved in the process. Perhaps I don't see any prejudice to your cross-examination if you cross-examine before Mr. Shabangu, because even if you can go after him, I don't think he's going to cover the parts that you want to deal with. So under the circumstances, it is only fair and proper that if you are ready, I'm just trying to give you time that you can start tomorrow morning so that the court shouldn't be wasting the 2 day that is there. The 2 days that is there.
My lady, with all due respect to your ladyship, I am willing, and I will, should Mr. Shabangu not be able to continue on Monday, I will commence with my cross-examination Monday morning, my lady, and I will finalize it.
Okay.
In all probability, at around about lunchtime, I foresee, my lady. Maybe later, but that I'm talking, but this is on the supposition that I elicit the answers I'm hoping and foreseeing I might elicit, my lady.
Okay, Mr. Pina, perhaps, okay, let me hear what Mr. Late wants to say before I conclude the issue. Yes, I'll give you the chance. Can we hear to Mr. Late?
My lady, this witness has testified now for 3 weeks. I can't see any reason why Mr. Pina cannot be ready tomorrow to cross-examine. He's at this stage busy acting to the prejudice of the witness and all the other people who are involved in this inquest. I would really ask that Mr. Pina be ready tomorrow and cross-examine the witness so that we can finalize the witness.
Yes, Mr. Pina, I think you have already said what you wanted to say, unless I don't know if you want to add something else.
My lady, with all due respect, I stand before your ladyship, or I sit rather today, my lady, as an officer of this honourable court, my lady.
Correct, yes.
And I do take exception that my learned friend endeavours to prescribe how, when exactly, and how I should be ready, should be able to cross-examine or should not be able to cross-examine, my lady. And just one last issue, my lady, that has come up, and that is numerous references were made today to Ms. Jacobus. And the fact that she has testified before, etc., my lady, does not detract from the fact that there are certain of these issues I'd like and prefer to clarify with my client before I commence any cross-examination, my lady.
Okay.
Because that would once more enable me to determine where I want to place the limits of my cross-examination, my lady.
Okay.
Not
to
expend unnecessary time, my lady.
Okay. I've noted
And therefore,
Mr. Martin
basis, my lady,
and Ms. Hassan.
I would
Thank you, Mr. Pina.
repeat my request
Please,
to your ladyship, my lady.
Okay, thank you so much. Mr. Martin and Ms. Hassim, I don't know who wants to go first. Ms. Hassim, you can go first.
I think Mr. Martin was ahead of me.
Okay. Yes, I think, in fact, his hand was up before yours. Mr. Martin?
My lady, I'm happy to wait for Ms. Hassan, but I'll be quick and maybe I'll cover what she intends to cover. My lady, there's no question of anybody suggesting that Mr. Pienaar is trying to delay any proceedings, but at the same time, he also cannot, with respect, submit to your ladyship that we are trying to tell him how and when he needs to be ready. It's never been the practice that counsel can ask for a matter to stand down so he can go and prepare. We are always required to start cross-examining as and when the time comes for us to do what we need to do. It's part of the job. Dr. Celebano was called out of turn. We had to be ready, and we were ready to do it. My concern is that we cannot lose 2 days because somebody would like to take some time to prepare. The witness has been in the box for 3 weeks now. We've all been preparing for her, and we've all been following the evidence. And my submission is that Mr. Pienaar needs to start tomorrow, as it pleases.
Thank you. Ms. Hassim?
Milady, Mr. Martin, I agree with what Mr. Martin says. It's not up to us to decide. We have to be ready. And that's, however, what I wanted to add in the light of what Mr. Pienaar said about references to Ms. Jacobus today, is that perhaps a compromise would be for him to begin at 11 o'clock tomorrow morning, and we take a shorter lunch adjournment so that he has time this afternoon and tomorrow morning to consult with his client.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Pienaar, I'm going to close the issue, please, unless if you want to add something. Do you want to add something to the 2 submissions made after you reply?
My lady, it seems Mr. Pienaar was kicked out. I've just readmitted him, so I think he may have missed the last input that was given.
Okay. Yes, Mr. Pienaar?
I was kicked out, sorry.
I don't know when were you kicked out. Did you hear the submissions by Ms. Hassim?
No, my lady, sorry, I did not. No,
Ms.
Mr.
Hassim, you didn't even hear those of Mr. Martin?
No, my lady. I was
okay. Mr. Martin and Ms. Hassim?
Lady, I can perhaps summarize very quickly.
Yes,
the first
please.
submission I made was that counsel is not entitled as of right to try and regulate when he or she will cross-examine. It's never been the case. We can't ask for stand-downs without very good reason. My submission is otherwise no good reasons for the postponement have actually been given to you. And then the third is that Dr. Manamela has now been in the witness box for 3 weeks, and we've all been preparing during all that time. So effectively, in summary, there's no good reason for a postponement of 2 days.
You also mentioned that you as the legal team of Dr. Celebano had to be hijacked and continue.
Yes,
and
we were called out of turn on a really fundamental thing, which was to lead our witness. And then Ms. Hassim, and I hope I don't misrepresent her, suggested a compromise, which was that the matter can start tomorrow, maybe an hour or two later. And the Pienaar can consult with his witness on any new issues that have cropped up since then, or during the course of today, as it pleases.
Okay. Thank you. I think you have summed it up. Mr. van Bergen?
My lady, my apologies to add my 2 cents worth at this late stage, but bearing in mind that Mr. Pienaar says he needs to consult with his witness, would a compromise approach not be for him to start on Friday? Then he has the whole of tomorrow to consult with his witness and prepare.
I'm also looking into that, but I was waiting for the submissions, all the submissions. Mr. Pienaar, do you want to say something after this? Because I think otherwise it's going to be a repetition, unless if you want to, I don't know, on a limited issue.
May it please the court, my lady? Yes, my lady. I just wanted to reiterate. An indulgence was sought from the court, not the exercise of a so-called right by me as a legal practitioner, my lady.
Yes.
And so therefore it's not a case of me electing when do I want to cross-examine, etc. An indulgence was sought from your ladyship specifically, which was granted, my lady. But be that as it may, my lady, so therefore, my lady, this is not a request founded thereon that I, as of right, I'm entitled. Your ladyship is still called upon to exercise a discretion, my lady. But, my lady, I've heard the submission made by Mr. van Bergen, and considering the present situation that the court is confronted with, I would submit that I would endeavour and I would request that this matter then rather be adjourned and postponed to Friday, to enable me to properly consult with my client on the issues that I am of an opinion needs to be consulted on with my client, and then unless something completely unexpected, sorry my lady, I thought I'm going to be kicked out again, something completely unexpected occurs, I would be.
Is that all? And
make myself available and ready to proceed with cross-examination on Friday, my lady.
Thank you so much.
Which will then be the 10th of February of this year, my lady, 2023.
Thank you.
And should anything further crop up or come to the fore, I would inform your ladyship accordingly, and if needs be, request a further indulgence, but I'm willing. That's taking into consideration if after Mr. Shabangu has cross-examined, my lady. But at this stage, I will submit that I should be able, and I will endeavour to be able to continue on Friday, the 10th of February, 2023. May it please the court, my lady.
Thank you, Mr. Pichela. I wanted to close the matter. Let me hear you.
Oh, okay, my lady. The issue that I'm going to raise has nothing to do with the submissions that have been made. It has to do with... Can we
finish this and then you... Okay, can we finish this?
As your ladyship, please.
Yes. Mr. Pinar is asking for an indulgence to start his cross-examination, if possible, on Friday or after Mr. Shabangu shall have cross-examined the witness. I must say that when it was his turn to cross-examine the witness, he requested that he be afforded that opportunity towards the end of the cross-examination of others, but after Mr. Shabangu. But given the situation that the court is facing regarding Mr. Shabangu's ill health, without any waste of time and regurgitating the submissions by all counsel who made their submissions, the court rules that the proceedings are adjourned to Friday, the 10th of February, 2023, to afford him that opportunity to consult with his client in order to continue with the cross-examination before Mr. Shabangu. The proceedings are therefore adjourned, but before I do that, I think Mr. Pichela wants to say something. Can we then excuse the witness first, Mr. Pichela? Just a second. Mrs. Malope, can you please warn the witness that the proceedings are rolled over to Friday, the 10th of February? And also warn her of her rights, please. She's not there, please. She's not there. I don't see her. Yes.
Mama Namela, polelo ye ya shoota go fitlela ka Labohlano mo ileng gore e tlo tswela pele gona gape ka Labohlano. Lena ka mogola le legola le moshwa ka gona le go laelwa ka gona go sa le ka ena tsela yeo gore lena ga le bolele le motho mokamolato o ke go fitlhelela ge le tla be le feditše go botšišwa dipotšišo mo lebakeng le ya ke re mama la kwa mama namela no?
Dr. Manamela, are you there? Please unmute yourself. Please unmute yourself, Dr. Manamela.
Simpios.
Good afternoon, my lady. May I quickly walk to where she is?
Dr. Manamela, can you hear us?
Doctor, my lady, I'm walking
yes,
where
you may
she
do
is.
so, Mr. Mokani.
Nda.
Can you hear us? Dr. Manamela? She's still muted. Please unmute yourself. Can you hear us?
Hey, I've been hearing you, but I don't know what happened, my lady. I can hear you.
Okay.
Can you hear me now?
So you heard that the proceedings have been adjourned now?
Hey.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay. Mr. Pichela?
Okay, my lady, I merely wanted to request that on Friday, I will be able to join the proceedings, I think around 11.
Okay.
Yeah, so I was just asking the court to excuse me until that time.
All right. Thank you. I just thought that I think it's 20 minutes to 4 o'clock. Can we convert this into a case management meeting quickly? Just